As Braun sends one deep left center, that's got some heat on it, and it's gone! A line drive missile out of here. Ryan Braun on cue.
Home has certainly been sweet for the Brewers so far this season, and they'll look to secure their second straight series win in Game 2 of their 3-game set against the Houston Astros at Miller Park. Ryan Braun further validated his contract extension and continued his red-hot start to the season with 3 more hits last night to stretch his hitting streak to 7 games. Sean Markham will get the call. Markham hasn't allowed an earned run in his last 13 innings, so Braun and Markham are a couple of members of the crew who will look to keep it going. Telly Hughes back with you. Thanks for joining us for Brewers baseball. The Brewers improved their home record to 6-2 last night, and it appears the crew is clicking as we take a look at our news and notes. Last night, the Brewers opened the series by extending their 10 or more hit streak to 4 games, banging out 17 hits and 14 runs. 4 Brewers had 3 hits in last night's game. Ryan Braun was among that group of 3 hitsmen, and he's now hit safely in his first 19 games of the season. He's the first to do so since 1991 when Paul Molitor accomplished that feat. The Brewers starters ranked 2nd in the National League in ERA, and over the last 16 as a unit, they own an 8-2 record with a 2.71 ERA. Brewers pitching hasn't allowed an earned run over their last 17 innings. And coming up, Brian Anderson and Bill Schroeder will take a look at the staff and tonight's pitching matchup between the Brewers and Astros next on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Triple Hops Brewed Miller Lite, taste greatness. By AT&T. And brought to you by Toyota, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Toyota territory at Miller Park. A nice night outside. The roof's still closed tonight. A little cool here in April as the Brewers get ready for the Houston Astros. And the Astros have their opening day starter on the mound, Brett Myers, against Milwaukee 4 times last year. Meanwhile, Sean Markham, he'll be facing the Astros for the very first time in his career. He has not given up an earned run in 17 consecutive innings. Good pitching matchup tonight. And hi, everybody. Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. Great to have you with us. Might be one of the better pitching matchups in all of baseball. And for Sean Markham, it has been an impressive turnaround after his first start against Cincinnati. This guy should be 3-0 since that first start.
Yeah, it's all about rhythm and throwing strikes and keeping the ball down in the strike zone. And throwing strikes is what he does best. Last year, with 2 walks per 9 innings. In his first start against Cincinnati, he walked 5. But in his last 3 starts, he's only walked 3 total. So Sean Markham right now is really on a roll. We'll see how the bereavement absence for Sean Markham is going to affect him. He didn't have his bullpen session, so we will see how he's able to pound that strike zone, keep that changeup down in the zone.
Sean Markham, Brett Myers. We saw some offense last night, a big power punch in last night's game. Maybe more to come tonight. The Brewers try to make it 2 in a row against their division opponent, the Astros. Stay with us. Lineups, first pitch coming up. And the Brewers offense flipping the switch last night, and now they'll turn it over to Sean Markham as he leads his Milwaukee Brewers onto the field at Miller Park. Brad Mills and the Astros, they are off to a 7-13 start this year. Mills was ejected in the second inning last night, and Markham is ready to go, and his first pitch is in there for strike 1. against Michael Bourne, and away we go. Sean Markham as Bourne sends one to right. That is Katse in right field. And a quick out to get us started here. Some news on the injury front tonight. Craig Counsell gets the start at second base. Ricky Weeks is out with an injured left pinky finger. He did it in the 6th inning, sliding headfirst into second base. Actually got a stolen base here, but had to leave the game. Counsell finished the game last night. Nothing broken. It's just a sprain. And Ron Renicky telling us before the game he wants to just give him an extra day off, and he should be good to go tomorrow, or for sure by Monday.
Well, what he didn't want to have happen is Ricky's start today have some more problems with it, and with a left-hander going for the Astros tomorrow, be forced to use Craig Counsell, the left-handed batter, in that game. So you give Ricky a day off, and hopefully he'll be able to be back in there on Easter Sunday.
Certainly a capable defender, Craig Counsell, getting a chance at second base. As you see, Mike McClinsky call the strike for Markham. Joe West is the crew chief. Angel Hernandez and Paul Schreiber on the bases. Markham has Angel Sanchez down on the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Sanchez back at short for the Astros. They are without Clint Barmas, who will be their everyday shortstop this year. Well, Markham's been on some kind of roll, as we pointed out in the open. Could very easily be 3-1 right now on the season. Was in line for the win against the Phillies in his last time out. Phillies came back, tied the game late in the 9th inning, a game the Brewers would end up winning in 12. But Markham looks like his old self now. He struggled. Remember, he missed a start in spring training, a little tightness in the shoulder, and then made his first start and might have not been quite ready yet to begin the season. That was against Cincinnati. Lasted only 4 2/3 innings. But he has been terrific in every start since. That one's hit pretty well left center field. Braun gives it a look. It is one hopped off the wall. And Angel Sanchez in with a 1-out double here in the first. All right, let's get you the Astros lineup tonight, courtesy of Piggly Wiggly. Michael Bourne, Angel Sanchez, then Hunter Pence at the top of the order. Brad Mills has Carlos Lee, Brett Wallace, and Bill Hall in the middle, with Chris Johnson, Humberto Quintero, and Brett Myers rounding it out. And there are the numbers for Sean Markham.
Yeah, Markham has not given up an earned run in his last 2 outings. That covers 13 innings, and for his last 3 starts, he's only given up a couple of earned runs. So that ERA down at 1.9, and it's all because he's been able to throw strikes, and that changeup has been a very good pitch for him.
First matchup against the Houston Astros of his career, the Kansas City native Sean Markham. Hunter Pence becomes the premier bat in this offense in 2011 after the trade sending Lance Berkman to the Yankees last year. Berkman is now with the St. Louis Cardinals. But it's Pence who hits in the 3-hole, and he'll be the guy the Brewers have to make sure they're very careful with.
And most of the power in this lineup comes from Pence, Lee, and Wallace. Billy Hall, the second baseman, can knock him out for you from time to time, but the Astros have only hit 9 home runs this year. That's the fewest in all the National League.
And Pence with 2 home runs, the only Astro with multiple home runs this season. A 1-out double has Sanchez at second base. And the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Here's how the Brewers line up defensively behind Markham. Katse again in right field. Gomez in center with Braun at left. The infield is McGee, Betancourt, Counsell, and Fielder. And a battery tonight of Jonathan Lucroy and Sean Markham, our Blaines Farm and Fleet Brewers defense. Craig Counsell, such a valuable commodity for a manager, a guy who can play second, short, third base. We even saw him in the outfield on the last road trip.
Well, a couple of at-bats yesterday. He was able to get in there for Ricky toward the end of last night's ball game. So Ricky getting tonight off, and those 2 at-bats certainly helped Craig for tonight's start. He doesn't look real happy about it.
No, his first missed game of the season. Weeks, like Prince Fielder, wants to be out there for 162 every year. That's his goal, and he won't achieve that this season. Now, the Brewers are fortunate in that regard. They have a number of players that can play every day, that like to play every day. And I think once Corey Hart returns, which could be sooner than later, probably on this homestand, that'll free up Ron Renicky a little bit with his bench and maybe allow him to carry one fewer pitcher and add a little more versatility and a little more depth to his bench when you get into a pinch hitting situation. As Pence is out in front of one, a high pop up behind home plate, and Lucroy makes a play. 2 men are out. Speaking of Jonathan Lucroy, he offered a scouting report today on his battery mate Sean Markham.
He throws strikes. He mixes well. You know, he has I think four different pitches he uses to throw strikes with, and he executes it well, and he gets the job done. He's very good, very easy to catch, a lot of fun to have out there. He's like a sniper out there. He throws it where he wants it. He's good. I tell you what, I haven't seen many people with control like that. It's pretty special.
I like that sniper. A sharp shooter. He can put the ball where he wants to, and he can throw that changeup anytime at any count. And he really has the ability to put it in and out, and not many pitchers are able to do that.
I would imagine he's a fun guy to catch. I mean, you can be as creative as you want, and he sticks pretty much to a game plan because he has such great command.
He's not one of those guys that's going to handcuff you a whole lot. He's not overpowering, but you do have to be aware when you call that off-speed pitch and that changeup, you've got to block it, because that's where he needs to put it when he's ahead in the count with 2 strikes.
There's the changeup there. Lee doesn't bite.
You know, sometimes when you're catching and you get a guy like Markham who's right there all the time, I mean, sometimes there's going to be one in the dirt and it can surprise you. You can't let that happen.
Markham, a thinking man's pitcher. Doesn't do it with overpowering stuff. Just has great command of everything. He's perfected all that he offers, and when something's not working on a particular night, he can go to plan B or plan C, which is why you look at his career numbers and pitching in the American League East, as he has done the last few years in Toronto. So impressive that he has pitched in that division with a fastball at 86, 87 miles an hour in the kind of ballparks he's pitching in there. Hitter-friendly ballpark in Toronto, Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, Baltimore. I mean, these are all launching pads.
Big-time offenses in that division as well.
And yet Markham has had such great success. And you figure that translating to the National League, especially the National League Central, Markham is penned for a big season here. And the Brewers certainly hope that is the case. And unusual that a right-handed pitcher works from the first base side of the rubber. Two balls, 2 strikes on Carlos Lee. That one's hit well, and Lee will watch this one fly. A 2-run home run. No fooling El Caballo there, as the Astros have the quick strike tonight. A 2-run homer. It's 2-0 Houston.
Yep, tried to slip a fastball by him, and Carlos Lee able to get the head of the bat out on it. A slow start to his season, Carlos Lee. You don't get much defense out of him. He needs to hit home runs, which he wasn't able to do a whole lot last year, but that was a mistake. Down and in, he golfed it on out of here. That was a tape measure shot in the second deck.
So Lee gives the Astros the lead here tonight. And Houston has their ace on the mound this evening in Brett Myers. Now the Brewers are coming off a game last night where they set season highs in hits and runs. 14 runs on 17 hits last night. That one is going to fall fair. And Wallace is going to get extra bases out of this.
Yep, a check swing. And Wallace fooled on it. He checked his swing and able to dump it right inside the line. They had the shift on for him, like they do with every hitter. And yeah, I'd smile too. That ball almost hit him up and in. Check it out. Yeah, check swing. He didn't mean it. Excuse me. And right down the left field line for a 2-out double.
That is some good fortune there for Brett Wallace, who's been swinging the bat well here lately. Had 3 hits last night. And an extra base hit here tonight. Now it's Billy Hall, who has had some success against Sean Markham. 5 for 7 against Markham, and 3 of those 5 hits are home runs. Hall has 1 homer this season, 6 RBIs. Started at second base last night, had a triple and a run scored.
Yeah, Billy nearly knocked one out of here to center field his first time up last night.
Astros are glad to have him back in the starting lineup. He suffered an injury in New York previous series against the Mets. Astros took 2 out of 3 from the Mets at Citi Field. He went crashing up against the sidewall in New York, hurt his ankle, missed a day. Former Brewer, he spent time in Seattle 2 years ago. He was with the Boston Red Sox last year. Actually did a nice job for Boston, playing a number of different positions. This is the play from Wednesday. Hall chasing one in foul territory at Citi Field and crashing up against the advertising sign.
Yeah, never took his eye off the baseball, and that ball got to him quickly, but he was able to hold on. Nice play. Right there, he twisted his ankle. Saw his foot go up on the sign up there along the grandstands and left field line.
And decleated a 12-year-old. You see the kid straight back,
Yep.
heels up, never dropped his popcorn. Giovanni Gallardo and Chris Narveson. Gallardo got the win last night. Wasn't especially sharp in last night's game. He gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. Didn't have his A stuff, but he plowed his way through a winning performance as Markham gets Hall out in front. Check it out. See the kid in the glove? What's this? See Billy Hall goes over. There he goes. Wait, he's hold it. Just right there. You thought he was going to be able to make it, but nope. A decleater. That was a little more dramatic than I thought. Full count to Hall. Line drive, base hit, and this is going to get another run home as Wallace will score. The throw gets away from McGee, and Billy Hall is into second base. 3-0 Astros in the first inning.
Yeah, Billy Hall continues his success against Markham. Look at his slider on a 3-2 count. Yeah, Hall able to wade back. And we remember Bill Hall with the Brewers and his ability to hook a pitch away into left field. He does it right here. Got too much of the plate. He wanted it away. Ended up outer half, and Hall able to hook it. Ryan Braun does the right thing. Hits a cutoff man, but Casey not able to handle it. Had Casey been able to catch that one, I think they might have had a play on Hall at second base.
So Markham a little shaky to start this game. 2-run home run to Carlos Lee. And now a 2-out RBI single to Billy Hall. Both coming with 2 strikes and 2 outs. 3-0 Houston on 4 hits already. Chris Johnson takes strike 1. as Markham spins one in for a strike. The 29-year-old right-hander making his 5th start of the season. Last pitched on Monday. Rock mentioned the bereavement list. Markham's father had open heart surgery last week, and we're pleased to report that it was a success. Johnson gets one off the end of the bat. Braun coming in, and the side retired, but Houston gets 3, and the Brewers have some work to do against Brett Myers tonight. As they still file in here at Miller Park, Milwaukee. Going to be a good crowd tonight. Ron Renicky, first-year skipper of the Brew Crew. Milwaukee 10-9 to start play today. Here is the starting lineup for Renicky. It's brought to you by Piggly Wiggly. Council, Gomez, and Braun at the top of the batting order. Fielder, McGee, and Kotze in the middle, with Betancourt, Lucroy, and Sean Markham rounding it out against the Astros' opening day starter, their ace, Brett Myers.
Off to a good start, making start number 5 this year. He's 1-0 and a .239 earned run average. Myers last year with the Astros 14-8 and 33 starts, a .314 earned run average, and he racked up 223 and 2/3 innings.
Former first-round draft pick by the Philadelphia Phillies, made it to the big leagues with the Phillies. Drafted and signed by current Astros general manager Ed Wade, who went from Philadelphia to Houston. And after a successful season last year, midway through the season, Myers was given a contract extension. Facing Craig Counsell. And for the first time this year, the Brewers have a leadoff hitter not named Weeks. Counsell had a hit last night. He is 2 for 15 on the season. Most of his activity coming in a pinch hitter's role.
Well, early in the season, you have to figure out ways to give you utility players, your guys on the bench, some at-bats. A good opportunity for Craig Counsell tonight.
Carlos Gomez back in the 2-hole tonight. Braun to follow. If anybody gets on, Prince Fielder. And the 2-2 to Counsell. Bouncing ball out to Sanchez. And one away here in the first inning. Astros defensively have really struggled this year. They lead Major League Baseball in errors committed. Carlos Lee, Michael Bourne, and Hunter Pence in the outfield. On the left side, it's Johnson and Sanchez, with Hall and Wallace on the right. Humberto Quintero catches Brett Myers.
7 errors for the Brewers this year. That's the fewest. The most, the Houston Astros, 21. And that defense reared its ugly head in last night's ball game.
Houston committed 2 errors and could have easily had 3 or 4. There were some misplays in last night's game. Plays that don't show up as errors, but misplays nonetheless.
They had double plays that weren't turned. The Brewers were the beneficiaries. As I counted with the double plays the Astros didn't turn, there was an inning. I think it was the 6th. Astros should have turned 3 double plays, didn't turn any.
And the Brewers took advantage. A 4-run 6th inning last night. Well, Gomez was into the act last night. His best game offensively of the season. Not only did he have 3 hits, but he had a walk. And he also delivered a home run, his 2nd of the year. Powerball home run number 2 for Gomez. A 3-run home run for Gomez last night. So he enters play today with 2 homers, 7 RBIs, and a batting average of .225. Into right, playable for Hunter Pence. And 2 men are out. 2 gone for Ryan Braun.
Left fielder
Ryan Braun. Braun got a standing ovation last night, and for many who did not attend last night's game, their chance to pay their respects to a man who says he wanted to retire a Brewer and initiated contract discussions that earned him a 10-year contract, a 5-year extension on top of a 5-year deal that was already in place.
Yeah, Brewers have done a pretty good job locking up some of their core players.
Well, by our count, Braun received 4 standing ovations last night. 3 when he was introduced, and 1 when he hit a home run and got a curtain call.
Well, Milwaukee is a sports town. If you show a little bit of loyalty to them, they will be loyal to the end to you as an athlete.
Yeah, Prince Fielder in the final year of his contract, hoping that the Brewers can get him signed. Prince had some great comments yesterday about Braun and talked about Milwaukee and the fans here. Echoed all the sentiments that Braun said. And, you know, right there at the end, he just said, I hope they have a little money left over for me when the season's over.
Oh, they have money. We talked to Mark Atanasio about that last night. They said that things are in place. There's flexibility in these contracts where they can come up with the dough.
Just outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes on Braun.
According to Mark, the contract for Ryan is not going to have any effect on signing Prince Fielder.
Yeah, we had Mark Atanasio in the booth with us yesterday, the Brewers owner, and he talked about the deferred money that Braun has put in place. It gives the team a lot of flexibility to keep a winner on the field. And that says a lot. Creativity from the player and the agent. Most players want to get it now, get it over with. As Quintero takes another shot, he's had a rough series.
Boy, that guy's been taking a beating. Got one right between the eyes last night. Then he got hit by a pitch on the elbow. Had a pretty good night offensively, though. And a wake-up call in the first inning today. That'll rattle the brain a little bit.
Man. Just like last night. Another 3-2 offering from Brett Myers. Braun stays alive. That one whistled right by Quintero's mask. Braun checking with home plate umpire Mike McClinsky. That's a courtesy umpires will offer. You know, a hitter will say, was that a strike? Was that the edge of the zone? And they'll answer the questions sometimes.
Sometimes hitter will say, is that about as far as you're going to go? Umpire won't answer that one.
Yeah, that's more of an opinion in the frame of a question as Braun strikes out. Myers a 3-up 3-down inning. To the second we go. Houston 3, Milwaukee 0.
inning, and we want to announce today that this broadcast is on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces, serving 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. Welcome to all of you, and thank you all, men and women, for your service to our country.
I wonder if your son Billy's able to pick up the broadcast in the middle of the night over there.
Now it's what, about 3:30 in the morning right now. Let's see, no, actually 4 in the morning. It's, it's 9.5 hours difference between Central Time in the U.S. and Afghanistan. Where do they get the half hour?
Right.
Well, they do. That's what it is.
All right.
9.5 hours.
Well, hopefully he's tuning in. Sean Markham back on the mound, and Quintero delivers one to right field, a base hit. This guy has been a tough out for Milwaukee in this series. He has not been retired yet in 5 trips to the plate.
Astros catchers have been doing a pretty good job between he and J.R. Tolles. They're hitting over 300. Well, the Astros might not have a lot of power, but before yesterday's game, they had outscored the Brewers as far as runs go. They've been very good with runners in scoring position so far this year.
Gives Myers the chance to bunt here. Well, the Brewers have a chance to turn 2 in a spot like this. They're crashing in on the corners. If Myers bunts one firmly to an infielder, they'll have an excellent chance to turn up 2. See if that changes the game plan of Brad Mills. Both McGee and Fielder crashing in hard on Myers. And he takes a strike. Can't imagine Sean Markham is an easy guy to bunt with so much movement.
Yeah, the change up, the cut fastball, the curve ball, the fastball that's got good movement. You're right. You would think that you get a lot of pop-ups. Markham would even get a bunter out in front.
Here's the 0-2. Myers bunts it foul. So a strikeout for Markham. Makes quick work of the Astros pitcher. And one away. Still a runner at first base. Final game of the series tomorrow here at beautiful Miller Park. Hope you'll make plans to be with us. Tickets available tomorrow. I know it's Easter and a lot of plans for the afternoon, but we'd love to have you here. It's John Axford bobblehead day tomorrow. 44,000 John Axford bobbleheads they've prepared to give away.
We've got 2 of them up here, so not quite 44,000.
Just a shade under.
Yeah, a little brunch. Maybe go to the Nice Club and have some brunch. We get some good food from up there and then come to the ballpark.
It's a good call. John Axford still can't wrap his arms around the fact he has a bobblehead. After all he's been through to get to the big leagues, just to make it here last season, now he has a bobblehead, and tomorrow is the day.
Started 2010 in A-ball, and now he's got a bobblehead in the big leagues.
He's got the Raleigh Fingers mustache as well, which makes it a collector's item. I feel like the Home Shopping Network. There it is. See?
I've got the throwback uni on the Axeman.
Kind of looks like Rock, doesn't he?
You having fun with that?
Oh, let me match the head size.
Always gets back to that, doesn't it?
Counsell to Betancourt, and it is in time to get Bourne. Not an easy man to double up right there. The Brewers turn it nicely. 4-6-3. Markham is out of the inning. RBI from Bill Hall. 3-0 Astros. Powerball home run leaderboard as we start play today. Braun has 6. That leads the club. Ricky Weeks missing today's game with a finger injury with 4. Fielder with 3. And you see McGee and Gomez with a couple apiece. And it's Prince Fielder to lead off here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Brewers are going to have a good test tonight with Brett Myers on the mound. He ran the gamut last year against Milwaukee. He was good, he was great, and he was bad in 4 different starts against the Brewers.
They have 4 starts, 3 of them coming right here at Miller Park. A 1-2 record.
Fielder rips one to right. Hunter Pence over to pick it up. Fielder will take off. It's bobbled by Pence, and that'll be another error on the Astros.
Well, that is a bad mistake to make. Those are the kind of errors that absolutely drive a manager crazy. You know, Pence going over. He tried to be quick to get a throw into second base. There's no way Pence was going to run on Pence's arm. He didn't even think about going to second base until that bobble. That's got to be a hit in an error, and it is. 22nd error already charged on the Astros, and this is game number 21. Extra bases takes away a double play.
And it puts a Brewer in scoring position for Casey McGee. As McGee cuts and misses. There is a point that needs to be made, though, and certainly that's a play that Pence has to make, should make, and usually does make. But the fact that Fielder is running hard out of the box, he's thinking about 2. He's in a position to take the extra base. Hunter Pence takes a peek, and it ends up as an error. I mean, being aggressive and playing hard can do so much for you on so many levels. It puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
Yeah, and that's certainly part of the scouting report on the Brew Crew this year. I mean, you know that they're talking to their outfielders, their infielders. These guys are going to take extra bases, so you've got to hit the cutoff man. You got to get the ball in quickly, and that forces mistakes. You know, a ball like that down the line like that, on most instances, that's a double, but not with Hunter Pence out there in right field. He's got a very good throwing arm. And once Prince saw the bobble, he was around first base enough. He was able to get in there easily.
See if McGee can pick him up as he fouls one away. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Casey McGee. The numbers for McGee this year: .288 average, a couple of homers, 12 RBIs. He's really hot at the plate right now. Casey with 3 hits last night. The only time he was retired, he hit a rocket out to short. On base 4 times last night. 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. And a little tapper back to Myers, who drops the baseball and recovers to get the out. Well, speaking of the errors, the Astros now at 22, but it was against the Mets that Pence committed a costly error that led to some runs. Houston ended up winning that series 2 out of 3. But the normally sure-handed Hunter Pence not catching it, not throwing it, and says that's on me. And that's kind of been the way it's gone for Houston this year.
Well, it's one of the reasons why they're 7-13. I mean, you can't make mistakes. You can't give offenses extra outs, which they've been doing just about every night. 10 of their 22 errors have been committed by their third baseman and shortstop. Both of them, Johnson and Sanchez, with 5 apiece.
Wow. 1 out with a runner at second for Katse. Chased 1. No balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, scouting report on Brett Myers is a lot of breaking balls, curveballs, sliders, but he's throwing a lot of fastballs tonight. I think he surprised the Brewers hitters with as many fastballs that he's throwing, because last year he didn't do that.
There's a breaking ball, and it's served into left field, a base hit. Fielder will be held around third. He had to make sure it was going to get down. And 2 on with 1 out. And speaking of a scouting report, our Nissan keys tonight comes from Brewers hitting coach Dale Swain.
I mean, it's kind of about the same guy we had last night with better command of his breaking stuff. You know, maybe a little bit harder, not much. Anywhere from 87 to 90. Not a lot of movement, little cut on his fastball. But just really good command of both pitches, his slider and his curveball. He's going to try and get you out for the most part with his curveball late in the counts and pretty much do the same thing to left-handers, too.
Nissan Keys from Dale Swaim on Brett Myers.
And he just hung an 0-2 curveball. Gave up a base hit.
Now it's Betancourt into right center field. Michael Bourne, a long way to go. He'll make the call and the catch just in front of the wall. That's going to get a run home. As Betancourt flirted with a home run, the Brewers are on the board. A sacrifice fly and an RBI from Yuniesky Betancourt.
Betancourt has never met a first pitch of any kind that he has not liked. Boy, he attacks the first pitch, doesn't he? A slider away from him. He gives it a ride to the opposite field, and Michael Bourne on his horse. He was shaded around toward left field, but look how much ground he's able to cover and get the ball back into second base. That's a heck of a play.
Center fielder right there in the National League, Michael Bourne. And an all-star for the first time last year. This is a great matchup in this series between two superb defensive center fielders in Michael Bourne and Carlos Gomez.
Both of them are very fast. I would give Carlos Gomez the edge with the throwing arm, but I tell you, Bourne can run him down just like Gomez.
Jonathan Lucroy with 2 men out, a runner at first. Lucroy hit his first home run against Philadelphia off Cliff Lee. Final game of that series in Philadelphia on Wednesday. Is 9 for 27 at the plate this year. Played in his first game at Miller Park of the season last night. This is number 2. Take you back to Wednesday. Cliff Lee trying to come inside with a cut fastball, and Lucroy hammered it out. At the time, it gave the Brewers a 3-0 lead. That had to feel good for the 24-year-old catcher, Jonathan Lucroy. I think most in the Brewers organization are expecting a bigger year offensively. Lucroy had a lot on his plate last year on the defensive side of the game, learning the opposition, learning his own pitchers, the scouting reports.
Yeah, things seem to be a lot more complicated as far as scouting reports and the way pitchers and catchers were using those reports than they are this year.
Kotsay takes off from his knees. The throw is late, and it doesn't matter. It's ball 4. I was like Humberto Quintero. I was ready to watch some action there, but pitch was called a ball. Lucroy draws a walk. That's pretty close.
That's a pretty good throwing arm for a guy that's only thrown out 2 of 16. Or I should say 2 of 14 this year. You got to blame the catchers. He was safe anyway.
Kotsay got a great jump. So Myers content to deal with Sean Markham, who actually delivered a hit his last time out. Markham has 2 hits this year. Well, this is a spot you can really deliver a punch. Brett Myers a step in the dugout already. He's got the pitcher up there with 2 outs. You expect Myers to retire Markham. But if he could come up with something, deliver a base hit, boy, that can turn into a big inning. The 0-2. And down goes Markham. Not this time. So the Brewers get a run. Sac fly from Betancourt. 3-1 Astros.
At the ballpark with Brewers Executive Vice President in charge of business Rick Schlesinger. And Rick, one more game in this series tomorrow, Easter Sunday, and then the Reds are here, and ticket interest is really peaking.
Yeah, we're seeing some really good numbers for tomorrow's game, Easter Sunday. Traditionally a tough sell. We'll be in the mid-30s, 33, 34,000 for a John Axford bobblehead day. And the Red Series has been very popular. We're going to be in the mid-30s again for every game. A 3-game series. Let's do to the Reds what they did to us back in their home park at the start of the season. So we're seeing some great ticket numbers, and fans are really embracing the team.
You guys took care of some big business with Ryan Braun. I understand that sparked some major interest.
We had some nice ticket numbers on yesterday in terms of walk-ups and just more excitement. And obviously Ryan's a big part of this franchise, and I think the commitment and the things he said about our franchise and about the city, I think the fans in Milwaukee take that to heart, and it translated into some really nice ticket numbers. So, you know, I keep talking about 3 million, and I'm sticking with that number because that's our goal for this season.
All right, Rick, thanks for being with us. And guys, John Axford bobblehead day tomorrow. The early reviews very positive from his teammates there. Particularly impressed with how they got the mustache just right.
Yeah, you wonder if Axford is going to break out the handlebar mustache tomorrow. I mean, that would be appropriate on his bobblehead day. I think mostly he'd like to start saving games and try to get off a little bit of an early struggle that he's been on. Into right center, a little soft pop up. Council got a great jump, makes the play for out number 1.
And just like they were talking about, the Brewers take to the field against the Astros tomorrow at 1:10, and all fans in attendance get that John Axford bobblehead. You've got the current uniform that you see there. I have the throwback uniform. Oh, the ball and glove logo on the sleeve. Oh, you see, I prefer mine. See, right here. That bobblehead's courtesy of Palermo's Pizza and Piggly Wiggly. Call 902-4000 for tickets.
Just got a kiss.
It's only April.
We got to put these away. Have that removed. Pence takes a ball down and away. Ball and a strike on Hunter Pence. Now we'll see if the Brewers are in a position tomorrow for a sweep or a series win. We'll have to see how it unfolds tonight. Good pitching matchup between Markham and Myers. Markham giving up 3 first-inning runs on 4 hits.
Hey, he talked about that heart surgery for his dad, which went very well. And I'm sure that Sean is breathing a sigh of relief, but he did miss his side session, his between starts bullpen session, so you figure that might have affected him a little bit in the first inning. Hopefully he's going to be able to get beyond that and continue putting up goose eggs. You know, pitchers are all about routine. You get them out of their routine a little bit.
That one is hit well. Deep left field. Hunter Pence sends one out of here. Almost knocked it over the grandstand out there. A no-doubter from Hunter Pence. And Markham is off to a rough start. 4-1 Houston. Tape measure home run from Hunter Pence.
Yeah, we talked about the guys in this lineup to hit the home runs. 2 of them have gone yard, and that looked like a change up that just stayed up in the zone. You could see when that change up is up around the belt, it doesn't have much sink on it. That one's straight as a string, and Hunter Pence gave it a pretty good whack. Way back in left.
Sean Markham had given up just 1 home run this season in 4 starts. And already 2 to the Astros. Carlos Lee homered his last time up. Pulled one down the left field line. Lee in the middle of a long-term contract with Houston. That'll be a big contract for them to unload next season. It's a 6-year deal total.
Yeah, they've got 2 more years of that contract too. And no way they're going to be able to trade Carlos. That's a lot of money.
Markham strikes him out. And Lee is retired. That is strikeout number 2 for Sean Markham.
Yeah, look like a cutter or a changeup. It's awfully difficult to determine what exactly it is sometimes with Markham. So many different speeds, but that was a cutter. Hey kids, how would you like to bring a Brewers player or coach to visit your school on May 27th? If you're in 6th through 8th grade and your school is located in the 5-county area, you could win as a part of Score for Excellence Day presented by Gordon Flesh. Have your parents visit brewers.com/score for more information.
Brad Wallace for Houston. Had an excuse me swing double his last time up. Starting pitching has been such a big story for Milwaukee. Talked about their defense, but the starters ranked 2nd in the National League in ERA. Markham's ERA coming into play tonight, 1.90, and a team ERA for starting pitchers 3.23. Only the Padres starting pitchers have a lower earned run average to begin play today. As Markham strikes out Wallace, so back-to-back Ks after the home run, but the Astros are putting some runs on the board here early. 4 runs on 6 hits. 4-1 Houston. Official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Subway. Try our $5 featured footlong of the month. Subway, where winners eat. Roof is closed under the lights on a Saturday night here at Miller Park. Great to have you with us tonight. A lot of families are out. And we want to wish you a happy Easter weekend. A lot of kids here in Milwaukee are either just finishing their spring break or are beginning spring break. Hard to believe that spring break is this deep into April, but
right.
We're waiting on the spring still here.
Yeah, it was
we're getting
our
breaks in place.
It was low 50s today. What are you getting greedy? At least it wasn't snowing.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's been a rough spring so far.
Hopefully we're set up for a nice summer, huh? Craig Counsell back up the middle, a base hit. That's a good start to the 3rd inning as the Brewers leadoff hitter tonight delivers a single.
Fox Sports is proud to bring you exclusive coverage of the UEFA Champions League semifinals beginning on Tuesday, with Schalke taking on Manchester U on Fox Soccer. Then on Wednesday, one of the world's greatest sports rivalries resumes as Barcelona battles Real Madrid. That's on FX. Coverage of both games begins 2 Eastern, 1 Central in high definition. And our director of team travel, Dan Larea, will be locked in for both of those matches.
Yeah, big soccer, big rugby fan. Yeah. You know, Danny was a rugby player over in England.
I could see that.
In his younger days, of course.
Those skills come in handy when he navigates the Brewers around all the travels, all the cities of the National League and Interleague.
Yep, trying to get everybody on the bus after a game.
Yeah, you know when he puts that headgear on, man, that's when it's on.
Yeah, you start running.
That skips away from Quintero, and Council will advance on a wild pitch.
Well, there's that defense again. Not an error, a wild pitch, a ball that you would expect a big league catcher to be able to block, particularly when you call a breaking pitch. But I've been amazed at how high Quintero sets up. I mean, I don't think any catcher in all of baseball in a long, long time sets up as high as he does. Most catchers try to get down as low as they can. But he's been up on his haunches very high throughout this series. Makes it tough to block pitches.
Gomez shoots one through the hole, a base hit, and Council will be held around third. Boy, that is usually an automatic send with Carlos Lee in left field, but Ed Cedar maybe sensing a big inning here.
Well, nobody out. You don't want to take any chances when you have Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder coming to the plate. Yeah, with one out, you know he's going to send him a high breaking ball, and Gomez, who's had some very good at bats the last few days. I was talking to Swaim today. His last 10, 11 at bats have been very good, and he has the results to show for it.
Ed Cedar goes through these decisions, you know, these scenarios before the ball's put in play, and errs on the side of caution here. And it's not a bad idea with Braun coming up. It looked like Council would have scored easily. As a matter of fact, the throw from Lee went into second base. But you got your big boys coming up, nobody out, and Braun fouls it away, had a big cut.
Yeah, Carlos Lee not very good defensively out in left field, not much of an arm at all, but he does have 2 outfield assists this year, and that's largely because left field at Minute Maid Park in Houston is very shallow. He doesn't have far to throw him. But you're right, most teams will run all day on Carlos Lee.
We'll see if Braun can cash it in here. 2 on to start the inning. The Brewers down 4-1. And hoping for a crooked number on the board in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Myers struck out Braun his last time up. There goes Gomez. The throw to second is late. Gomez swipes second base. And it's second and third with nobody out. That's his 5th steal of the year. He's 5 out of 6.
I'm really not sure what good it does to throw from your knees on a steal by Carlos Gomez. I mean, I just don't get that. I mean, it's all about quick feet. Humberto Candero on his knees. He one hops it. That's a nice play over there at second base by Bill Hall to keep it in the infield.
If he gets that good of a jump and you can't get to your feet, just eat it. A base hit should score 2 here. And Braun takes a spinner. 2 balls and a strike. Council and Gomez start the inning with singles. A wild pitch and a stolen base has him in scoring position. Myers goes back to the fastball, and to your point, Rocky, he's thrown a lot more fastballs than the Brewers saw out of Myers at any point last year in his 4 starts.
And Dale Swaim, you heard his scouting report. Keys to the game against Myers. Wait back on the breaking pitch, but Myers pounding the zone with the fastball. He's only throwing it about 90 miles an hour. But when you're looking curveball, it appears a lot quicker than that to you.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And a breaking ball fouled away. Braun started the day 4th in the league in batting. A .382 batting average to start the day. Now a .377 after his strikeout in the first inning. Braun is 2nd in the league in homers behind Tulowitzki. Just missed. Took a little off, did Myers, and it goes to 3-2. Braun and Fielder have been red hot all season. They've carried this club, one or the other, sometimes both. Bouncing ball to short. This is going to get a run in. Sanchez makes the play. The out recorded. Braun gets an RBI, his 16th, and it's 4-2 Houston.
Yeah, good base running by Carlos Gomez. He took off like a shot as soon as that baseball was hit on the ground. That was one of those tweeners. You want that ball to go between you and second base. Check it out. That was close. Anybody less quick than Carlos Gomez, they might have had to play at third. But now a fly ball will score him and get the Brewers to within 1 run.
And Fielder squirts one out into left field. That is going to fall for a base hit. Here comes Gomez. He will score. As Fielder drives in a run. And it's 4-3 Astros.
Well, it didn't take long for that good base running by Gomez to get the Brewers another run. Well, he loves to run. Sometimes he will run himself into outs, but that was a nice play getting to third base, and he would not have scored on that base hit had he been at second base. Nobody really sure if anybody was going to catch it, but because he's at third, able to tag up and still score without a play.
And a little flare at the end from Gomez in true Gomez fashion. As McGee goes into center field, Bourne will run it down for the out. Prince Fielder has to retreat. And a line drive out for Casey McGee.
He's had about 2 months of those already. First
right.
3 weeks of the season. Another hang with him from McGee.
McGee talking it over with Dale Swain.
Yeah, what was the pitch and what were you looking for? Whatever it was, he hit it well.
Mark Kotsay now with Fielder at first. The Brewers have posted 2 here in the 3rd inning. RBIs from Braun and Fielder. By the way, for Fielder, that is RBI number 20 in game number 20. A changeup from Myers.
Yep, he will throw a changeup from time to time. Not too many. But when he throws a changeup, ordinarily it's going to be to a left-handed hitter. Turning into another one of those nights like last night. Runs are coming cheap.
And Gomez's speed bought at least 1 run for Milwaukee. Kotsay down the right field line. Fielder on his way to third. And the hits keep coming. So Kotsay gets into the act. He has 2 more hits tonight. First and third with 2 gone. The Brewers knocking at the door. Trying to come all the way back here in this 3rd inning.
Well, he's red hot, Mark Kotsay. Watch where this pitch is. Ends up down and in. And that's a no-no to most left-handed batters. Kotsay able to pull the hands in and rip it down the right field line. Hunter Penn's playing very deep. That's why he's able to cut it off so quickly.
Runners at the corners for Yuniesky Betancourt, who drove in the first run with a sac fly his last time up. I don't blame Myers for starting him out with a curveball.
He started him out with a slider his last time up and swung at it, nearly hit it out of here to right center.
Astros scored 3 in the first. Brewers got 1 in the second. Astros got it right back in the third inning. But now 2 on the board here in the bottom half as Betancourt out to center, lazy fly ball from Michael Bourne, and the inning is over. But Milwaukee gets 2 on 4 hits.
Haunting the crew early, Carlos Lee with a bomb to left to make it 2-0 in the first inning. Former Bill Hall with a base hit, and Sean Markham with a rough start down 3-0. But then Prince Fielder with a rocket to right. Hunter Pence bobbled it. Prince got to second on the play. He would score on a sac fly. Pence, though, off of Markham in the third with a bomb to left to make it 4-1. Ryan Braun with his 16th RBI of the season on a ground ball to make it 4-2. And then Prince Fielder, his 20th RBI in 20 games. Carlos Gomez scoring from third. Little flare on the slide there, guys. Ready for another slugfest tonight?
It seems that way, right? At least on the Astros side, the Brewers are kind of singling Brett Myers to death here in the first 3 innings. And it has been that kind of series already. You could start to see things turn around offensively for the Brewers on the road trip. That breakout game against Roy Halladay and the Phillies, and then they continued it against Cliff Lee. All culminated in season highs and runs and hits last night against Houston in a 14-7 game.
Yeah, it was one of those interesting road trips where the Brewers were, getting their hits. What was it in Washington? They had 13 singles. One game and got beat. They were getting on base, but just weren't scoring a lot of runs. But the Brewers now starting to come up big with runners in scoring position. Had a good night last night, 7 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Check that, 7 for 15, still pretty good. And so far today, 3 for 7.
See if Markham can settle down here as Hall fouls one away. Hard to figure that the kind of success Markham had with Toronto last year, that Bill Hall would be 6 for 8 against him. That includes his single and his RBI back in the first inning. 6 for 8.
Now, Billy's always been a pretty good middle speed hitter. You can crowd him with a fastball, get it up in the strike zone, but sliders and mid-range fastballs, Bill Hall's always been pretty good.
The 0-2 pitch goes with a fastball. He pops him up. Fielder makes a catch for out number 1. Our AT&T trivia tonight. Who was the first pitcher to lose a 9-inning no-hitter?
Ever?
the first pitcher to lose a 9-inning no-hitter ever. And that is an interesting topic, because last night Anibal Sanchez had a no-hitter going into the 9th inning. He had a lead. It was 4-1, but the fact he gave up a run, got us to thinking a little bit.
I only remember one. While I have been keeping an eye on baseball, remember a former Yankee?
One of them, and you're probably talking about the same guy, is the bullpen coach of the Texas Rangers. She's got her ears on tonight. Some bling on those ears. Battery powered. Thanks for the Easter Bunny cupcake she brought. That was a nice touch.
Yeah, yesterday.
Markham strikes out Chris Johnson. Strikeout number 4. And 2 men are out. Humberto Quintero. So you want to be a catcher, huh? Just ask Humberto Quintero. This was a shot off the mask yesterday. Then he got drilled by Gallardo in the right elbow. Thought he was going to come out of the game. And then earlier today, almost the same spot as Betancourt's. Right in the moneymaker.
Do you think a Easter Bunny cupcake would make him feel better?
I think it might. That's the kind of inning Markham was looking for right there. 3 up, 3 down.
For the Davy Nelson Celebrity Golf Tournament at Black Wolf Run. It benefits both the Open Arms Home for Children in South Africa and the Brewers Community Foundation. Visit Brewers.com for all the information and your chance to sign up and play in this amazing event. And guys, Davey showed me pictures of the kids in South Africa. They don't look like that. But when he shows me those pictures of the kids, he just melts. They all call him Uncle Davey.
That's what we call him.
Yeah.
Uncle Davey. It's a great cause.
Davey does the same thing in St. Croix. And very giving of his time, and raises a lot of money for both of those shelters for kids. I was at that one in St. Croix a couple of years ago.
Yeah, those invitations didn't get too far past the analyst seat. Had to be a former Major League Baseball player, right? That would have been a nice time.
I was right on the edge of that description. I made the cut somehow.
Jonathan Lucroy leads off for Milwaukee. It is 4-3. Entertaining game so far. Back and forth with some offense. Kind of had this one pegged as a pitcher's duel tonight. It is still, but a low scoring pitcher's duel between Myers and Markham. That has not been the case in the early going. Runs are down all across Major League Baseball, and you can pin it a little bit on the weather, I think. But runs are around 4 a game and down a little bit from last season.
Yeah, cold and rainy is not hitterish weather.
Lucroy sharply back to the shortstop, and it's Sanchez who makes a play. 1 away in the 4th. Let's revisit our AT&T trivia, and we're wanting to know who was the first pitcher to lose a 9-inning no-hitter. And if you said Ken Johnson, you'd be right. Back in 1964, the Reds beat him 1-0 on a no-hitter. I think you're thinking along with me with Andy Hawkins.
Andy Hawkins,
right.
yeah.
Andy Hawkins with the Padres. I believe that was against the White Sox. Hawkins is Mike Maddox's right-hand man with the Texas Rangers. And they've got big problems down in that bullpen in Texas. Neftali Feliz placed on the disabled list with tightness in his shoulder. After all of that this spring, wondering whether they should put Feliz in the starting rotation or have him continue as the closer after a great rookie season. He's going to be down for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Well, that just proves what Doug Melvin always says. It's very difficult to predict the consistency of relievers. Toughest thing to really predict or plan for, you know, how your bullpen is going to respond. Guys that do it year after year. That is a very small group.
And your tendency, like the Brewers have, is to go get experienced veteran performers who have done it in the past, but there's risk on that end of the fence as well with injuries, and the Brewers are case in point with that to start the year with LaTroy Hawkins and Takashi Saito. So you kind of have to have it all line up. Where would the Rangers be last year without Neftali Feliz?
Yeah, right.
That incredible season. Wallace, nice play. Myers is there for him, and that is a 3-up, 3-down inning, 3 ground ball outs. 4-3 Astros. We go to the 5th.
In Milwaukee, if they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game this year. It's offered courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
And we're pleased to be joined here in the booth. This is Joe Braun, everybody's new best friend here. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Good,
great to have you up here.
Bill, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
We've been trying to get Joe up here for a long time, probably, I don't know, the last 4 years, since 07 anyway.
Right.
He's always been very hesitant about coming to the booth, but we finally convinced him after Ryan signed the big contract. We wanted to have Joe here in the booth, and he's a great baseball man, and we'll be able to talk a little baseball, talk about Ryan, and as we weave through this game. But it's great to have you here, and I know you enjoy coming to Miller Park every day and watching the batting practice and the games.
I do. I try to get here early, even sometimes get a chance to watch them stretch. So I think I've always had that habit since they were little kids, and I kind of kept it the same way.
Now, your son has been an all-star. I mean, he's done a lot in a very short amount of time. Do you get nervous still when he's up there at the plate?
Yeah, I do. I'm probably a little more relaxed now over the last few years. Now getting a little more comfortable with everything, and I guess trying to keep the same confidence level he has in his abilities. So it's a lot of fun, though. Definitely a lot of fun.
I've always wondered, you got a kid that is amongst the best in baseball. Do you ever call him up watching a game? I know you watch a lot. You watch our broadcast. Do you ever call him up and get on him a little bit about maybe a mistake he made?
I don't get on him. That kind of stopped in high school, although there was probably a few moments there in high school that I did that. But now I think he knows what he's doing. And, once in a while he'll talk to me, and, he might ask me a little question. But not a whole lot of advice at this point.
There's not a whole lot to get on your son about.
No. It's just enjoy it and watch it and enjoy each day. And love to watch all the games. And you guys do a great job, by the way. We get to watch a lot of the games, and sometimes we obviously get the other feed. And you guys are awesome. So I know all of our friends back home in California say the same thing. Definitely the best.
Now you see why we wanted to bring Joe up to the booth.
Well, they paid me to say that. That's
right. So, one thing about Ryan, and I had a chance to talk to him yesterday. He was on our Brewers Live pregame show, and I asked him, you sign a contract like this. You and I talked about this yesterday too, but this is a major contract. I mean, this is an historic contract for the Brewers as Markham picks up his second strikeout. But it goes a decade. There's a lot of money involved. And what is the motivation at this point? Where is the currency for Ryan to keep wanting to get better and better? And he had such a quick answer, and it's exactly what you said, that you'll never have to question his motivation. My question to you is, where does that come from?
I think he was born with it. I really do. I think he's always been a very, very confident, young man as a kid growing up, and but it also was applied not only in a game of baseball, but off the field, in the classroom. All of his goals were always set extremely high, and he's always had that work ethic and a desire and drive to be successful. So, I think that's what's going to keep him going, and he feels he's got a long ways to go and become a better player and become a better teammate. So.
At what point did you know, when he was a young kid, that this was something special? He was a pretty good baseball player.
I think when he got into high school, I think that's really when I started to see that he had that potential to play at another level, speaking of level, maybe college ball, and do quite well. He's always been very athletic. Both my boys have, and I would say high school is where I think he kind of realized at that point that baseball was going to be his career, and he came in playing soccer as well.
Visiting with Joe Braun, the father of Ryan Braun, and he'll be around here a great deal over the next decade, God willing. And Joe's here a lot, enjoys the game. And I know he's a great coach as well, and Ryan always gives his dad a lot of credit for his upbringing and some of his skills. What we'd love to do is, Ryan's batting second in the bottom of the fifth inning, so we're going to have Joe stay with us, and we might even let him use Rock's telestrator. We'll see. But we'd like to break down some of the mechanics and get into some of the swing thoughts and the swing mechanics of Ryan. And I know it's a swing. I was watching film of Ryan. We did a feature, and it's pretty much the same swing he's had since high school.
It really has. I know that in the minor leagues, Sandy Guerrero, the hitting coach he worked with at that time, had a slight change in his position of his hands. And that's about all I think he's really changed. And it's not anything drastic, but he seemed to be very comfortable with it. And, as a parent watching your kid all those years with success, making the change, you always kind of have a little nervous about it. But it's obviously worked out well, and it's been great ever since.
What's always impressed me about your son is how articulate he is in answering the questions that are posed to him. He always says the right thing. I mean, he'd be a great politician. Is that the way you have always been, you and your family?
I think he's been more the leader of that. His mom's very personable and outgoing, and I think that's sort of come natural to him as well, and kind of seen us interact growing up, and he's always had that natural ability.
Well, Sean Markham with a 3-up, 3-down inning. So Papa Joe's going to break down son Ryan's swing when we come back. Braun due to hit second. 4-3 Houston. Ryan Anderson with Bill Schroeder, Mark Concannon, and Joe Braun is in the booth with us. Ryan Braun's dad. Ryan scheduled to hit second. Carlos Gomez leads off. The Brewers are down a run. Brett Myers and the Astros. This is day 2 of this series. Gomez last time up singled to left field and then used his legs to swipe a run from the Astros. Had a stolen base, then advanced to third on a ground out and then scored on a base hit. Gomez 1 for 2 and a cut and a miss, all in 2 strikes. Now, Joe, are you sitting here analyzing pitchers like I'm sure you did in high school and when Ryan played at Miami?
You know, I do. I think I focus more on what the hitter's doing than so much the pitcher. I'm just trying to pick up location of the ball and just a bat path.
You know what you're talking about, don't you?
A little
bat
bit.
Path
a little
and all
bit,
that?
A little bit.
Ryan's always talking about his dad.
Don't be modest now.
No, you know what? I mean, you kind of feel like watching your son grow up that you can tell when something's off just slightly.
Right.
And but you know, it's really at this level, it's the right opportunity, right time, maybe to mention something. So he's got so much help around him all the time. So.
Oh, what a play by Johnson, and he gets Gomez. That was something else. First out of the inning, and here comes Ryan Braun with 1 away in the 5th.
I'm proud to be a Milwaukee Brewer. I really am, and I'm proud to say that I'm going to continue to be a Milwaukee Brewer for at least the next 10 years.
Batting third, left fielder number 8, Ryan Braun.
Well, that was the scene last night, and that had to make you a very proud papa to see the standing ovation after that introduction.
Yeah, definitely did. Pretty emotional for all of us.
Did he talk to you, while during the process? That started in spring training and was finalized yesterday. Did you guys have discussions about the contract?
Yeah, we did. It was really more about Ryan wanting to be here. I think that the financial part of it was going to work out, but I think for him it was the commitment that he wanted to make to be here, for hopefully his entire career with Milwaukee, and had a lot to do with obviously the organization and Mark and Debbie and the entire organization, coaching staff, and obviously the fans are a huge part of this.
Ryan batting with his dad Joe watching, and that one inside. You can see that Myers trying to stay inside on Ryan. I know Rock just asked you this, but now you can be honest. Do you get nervous when he hits? I mean,
yeah, I do.
Every time?
Not every time.
Because I'm nervous for you right now, and the guy's like been in all-star games and an MVP candidate.
Yeah, I think you always have a little bit of that, to be honest. But
sure.
I think that's natural.
I sat with Bill Schroeder. His son played college baseball at Grand Canyon, and I couldn't even sit next to him. He was a mess. He was an absolute wreck the entire game.
You want to do so well for him, and you can't help him, but your son doesn't need much help, does he?
Sure, at times there are a little bit, but I could see as a parent, especially with you, Bill, being a player, the feelings that you're aware of what's going on. It makes it even tougher. So.
Now, when you see Ryan up there, is that pretty much the way he stood up at the plate when he was in high school and college?
I would say if anything, he's brought his hands in a little bit closer to his body. I'd probably say that's really the only change. Pretty much the same. It really is.
Now, the amazing thing for me about Ryan is his plate coverage. He can cover a pitch 2-3 inches inside, 2-3 inches outside. That's something that's a special talent.
As Myers strikes him out, and the second out of the inning. So Ryan strikes out. Let's go through Ryan's swing here. Joe's going to break it down for us. What do you see here, Joe?
I think his hands are positioned well. I think if anything right now, I would just say his hands are maybe just a little bit further out, away from, I guess you'd say, sort of his shoulder. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I think he's, obviously, baseball is a tough game, and to be a 300 hitter, you're going to fail 7 out of 10 times. But I'm sure he's back there watching his swing right now and looking to see if he feels there's anything that needs to make any adjustments on.
It's not often that a hitter, especially a young kid, he's going to have the same stance just about every time he goes up there. I remember in my career, I mean, I'm not a good example, but I had a different stance, not only every at bat almost, but every pitch, just trying to feel comfortable. But I mean, it's kind of rare for 4 or 5 years. I mean, he's got pretty much the same stance, very, very consistent.
Yeah, I think.
So we'll take you back to the home run from last night so we can see a full swing. One thing you notice immediately about Braun is the weight, the muscle he's added to his lower half, his legs, and driving the ball even more than he has in the past. I think pretty good off-season program for him this off-season.
Yeah, it really has. Working out with Gabe Kapler, I know it's been mentioned before. Gabe's amazing athlete, conditioning he goes through. And a couple of the other guys that work out together in the offseason. Again, there's always something that Ryan feels like he wants to improve on, and whether it's getting stronger or getting faster, I think that's always going to be a drive for him year in, year out.
The 1-2 to Fielder. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, last night's home run was with Mark Atanasio in the chair with us against Nelson Figueroa, and the incredible power of Ryan Braun and the strength of his hand. You, between innings, talked about his hands and not just the quickness but the strength to be able to swing such a big bat as Fielder grounds out. Joe, it's great to see you. Thanks for finally coming up with us.
Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Joe.
Joe.
Feel very comfortable. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
That is Joe Braun. He's part of the family for at least a decade. 4-3 Houston. Well, back and forth here tonight. The Astros and the Brewers. Houston still leading 4-3. Markham got off to a rough start, giving up 3 runs in the first inning. And then Hunter Pence homered in the third for the 4th Houston run. But the Brewers found a way back. A run in the second, 2 in the third. And a 1-run game in the 6th inning. Take you back to the third with 1 out. Hunter Pence got one up that he could handle, and he launched one deep into the grandstand in left field. 3rd home run of the year for Pence. RBI number 16. He leads the Astros in both categories.
And it just goes to show you that you don't lose much power when you choke up. Hunter Pence about 2 inches off the knob of that bat. That allows you to use a bit of a heavier bat than you would ordinarily. Heavier the bat, the denser the wood, the better the ball will travel when you hit it on the sweet spot. Nothing wrong with choking up. Barry Bonds used to choke up. He didn't lose much power, did he? Not something you see much of anymore.
Hank Aaron.
Yeah.
Choked up on the bat at times. As Pence draws the walk. Well, our carsoup.com email the booth question comes from Jay in Pewaukee. Who is the funniest guy on the team?
Other than Ed Cedar?
Well, Mr. Baseball, are we talking players and coaching staff? I mean, Bob Uecker, who there's not even a close second.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty much.
I thought he meant uniform personnel.
Bob Uecker's a professional, though.
Right.
A professional funny man.
Right.
And he's being funny right now. He's cracking himself up.
You're talking about players, though, right?
Okay, well, that's what maybe that's what he's getting at.
All right.
I wouldn't say either one of those two, but Giovanni's sneaky funny. I mean, he's not funny in a crowd. He's only funny in private places.
Casey McGee's pretty funny.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. That one is hit well right center. Long run for Gomez. He's got it for the out. As if his hair was on fire. Gomez makes that catch for out number 1.
Carlos Lee able to take that pitch away from him and hit it pretty well in the right center. And not quite on the warning track. If it stays in the ballpark and it has a little bit of air under it, Carlos Gomez is going to catch it.
See the pitch count for Markham. After that home run to Pence, Markham retired 8 straight and has retired 9 of the last 10. Brett Wallace takes a ball. Anybody else on your list?
I think that Eddie Cedar is far and away the funniest guy in uniform for the Brewers.
I would agree with that.
I mean, Ed Cedar would have me in stitches if he was up on the stage reading a telephone book.
That's true. If you ever run across Ed Cedar, just ask him to tell you a Grandma Cedar joke. They're legendary.
Yep.
He's got a lot on his plate this year at Cedar. Third base coach. He ran spring training. He was in charge of the schedule. Very busy man. He's good at what he does, but he's also good at making people laugh.
Yeah, works hard, you bet. They all work hard. It's a very good coaching staff in Milwaukee.
Are there any Grandma Cedar jokes suitable for air? I'm trying to go through my mental Rolodex here.
Oh yeah, there are, but they're too long. I mean, it'd take 2 innings.
That's a good point. It's more of the setup,
and I wouldn't do it justice. It has to be Eddie.
You got to hear it in his voice. Maybe we should start a segment, a Grandma Cedar segment.
Pre-game show.
Yeah, get Robert Hack Diamonds to sponsor it. I think it might work.
There you go.
Speaking of Ed Cedar, this was Wednesday, and Ryan Braun running right through the stop sign, but the reaction is classic. Oh. And then he goes and he talks to Tim McClellan. He says,
umpire says, didn't you hold him up?
I must be a dog whistle. He's a funny man. The 1-2 and a swing at a miss. Markham pulled the string on Wallace. And a strikeout. Second out of the inning. Click on the Fan Zone tab on the FoxSportsWisconsin.com homepage. You can win unbelievable prizes in the new Fox Sports Wisconsin Fan Zone. Team merchandise, game tickets, unique fan experiences, tech toys, and more. And if you're not a member, join right now. It's fast and it's free and it's easy and it's all at the Fan Zone tab. FoxSportsWisconsin.com. Unbelievable prizes there on the Fan Zone tab. Not to be believed. A lot of Bill Schroeder on the FoxSportsWisconsin.com webpage.
Yeah, I noticed that.
They're working on it. Only so far they can take it. The instructionals are a big hit, though.
Right. You know, maybe a Grandma Cedar joke could be an instructional one night.
2 outs for Bill Hall. Runner at first. Pence and Markham keeping him close. Outside of Michael Bourne, the Astros aren't running much.
Yeah, he's got 9 so far this year. Has not been thrown out.
And the rest of the team with 7 combined. So Markham has used the fastball well against Bill Hall. Got him to pop up his last time up. And he is stuck with it in his 3rd plate appearance.
And it was a slider or cut fastball that Hall was able to line into left field in the 1st inning. That is a pitch that, when it's not put down and away, Bill Hall can center on pretty well.
Markham tries to get hitters dialed up to fastball speed, and that's when he can really make you look bad. It's a good example of how a big league hitter can be late on an 85, 87 mile an hour fastball.
It's all about the perspective of the hitter. I mean, if you're sitting on a changeup or a breaking pitch and you throw the fastball at 87, it gets on you a lot quicker than 87 miles an hour. It appears quicker.
One ball, one strike. Pence at first, and Hall into left center. That's down for a hit. Gomez up with it. Pence will not challenge the arm of Carlos Gomez. So Billy Hall has 2 more hits against Markham. Now 7 for 10 in his career against the Brewers right-hander.
That's something else. The success of Bill Hall against Markham. Change up down in the zone, down and away, and Bill Hall with a nice easy swing, got it on the end of the bat, but able to dump it in front of Gomez in center. So continues the inning. He starts with that open stance. The first move of that front foot is right at the pitcher. That helps him keep that front shoulder closed and able to cover the outside corner.
Two men on for Chris Johnson. Pitch count at 92 for Markham. It's possible his spot in the batting order could come up next inning, in the bottom of this inning. And it's if that's the case, the Brewers will have some base runners. Markham's spot due up 5th in the home 6th. 4-3 Houston. Johnson is 0 for 2. Made a slick play against Carlos Gomez, robbing him of extra bases in the 5th inning. There's a good play by Lucroy.
And Jonathan let a change up between his legs in last night's ball game. That's something that he has worked very hard at since he got called up last year. Did a nice job that time squaring that right shoulder and keeping it right in front of him.
Ball and 2 strikes. Houston had a string of 2-out hits in the 1st inning, and you can understand Markham wanting to make sure with Jonathan Lucroy as he brings his catcher out.
Hey, Johnson have a tough time with that cutter. 2 cutters that he swung through. Saw the spray chart, and you saw the pitches, the pitch tracker, and everything away to Johnson. You don't want to mess around inside with this big dude.
Quick trip to the mound for Lucroy. See what Markham has in mind for him. There is the pitch sequence so far against Chris Johnson. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Johnson foul tips one into the mid of Lucroy. A strikeout for Markham. 2 Astros left on base. Still a 1-run game. See if the Brewers can get them back. We head to the home 6th. Casey McGee will lead off when we continue. Wisconsin Lottery reminding you to please play responsibly. By Airtran, go, there's nothing stopping you. And by the Miller Lite Vortex bottle, taste greatness. Beautiful Miller Park on a Saturday night, and it can be very hazardous for an opposing player when the sausages are racing. Look out, Humberto. They'll make you jump, believe it. Watch Humberto Quintero here. I mean, when you stand up next to a Clements Racing sausage, you get that kind of reaction. So here we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 4-3 our score. The Astros lead the Brewers. And Casey McGee at the plate, 0 for 2 against Brett Myers. He lined out his last time up to center field. Another bride at the ballpark. Almost had another bride last night. Sadie Hawkins style. Remember her? She asked Ryan Braun to marry her.
Right, yeah, had her phone number up.
In a sign. And it has gone viral.
Right. Ryan actually tried to call her last night.
That's the truth, and we actually have video proof of that. Oh, Robin, she never knew she was so popular until last night. It's got a life of its own on that there internet rock, I hear.
Ryan a little bit disappointed that it went into the voicemail, and he wasn't even able to leave a voicemail.
As McGee takes a called strike 3. All right, there's the sign, and her phone number was up there. We don't want to do her any more damage, so we blurted out, "Marry me, Ryan." And then Ryan last night got wind of it and says, "Hey, I want to give her a call. Maybe send her an autographed baseball or something."
Hey, you've reached Robin. I can't get to the phone right now, so if you could leave your name and number and a brief message, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks. Bye.
Are you on speakerphone?
Sorry, that voice mailbox is full.
Ah. Hey, not meant to be.
Very sad.
Not meant to be. How about that response from Ryan?
So there's the proof that Robin actually got a phone call from Ryan Braun. And that was the result. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate.
You got to love the effort by Ryan, though. Playing along.
I mean, $100 million to make you want to call some people. The man of the people. It's kind of taken over in your territory, isn't it? That'd be something you'd do.
Yeah.
How many calls did you place to Robin last night?
Mailbox was full.
2 quick outs here in the 6th. Betancourt out in front. Myers is suddenly locked in for the Astros. The last base runner was in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, both pitchers doing a pretty good job, getting dialed in. First 3 innings, a little shaky for both of them.
Up the middle, Sanchez cannot make the play. And Betancourt will reach. He would have had a tough time throwing out Betancourt.
I think that's a base hit.
See how they score it.
But a play that Sanchez probably to tell you, at least he should have had it in his glove and made an effort to get the throw off, but went right up his arm. Not an error, but a play that you would think he probably should have made. That will be a base hit.
So an infield hit for Betancourt. And now Milwaukee looking for a quick strike. As Lucroy swings and fouls one away. The pitcher spot is due up next. And you see Kinsler springing into action in the bullpen. Ron Renicky has already sent Brandon Boggs into the on-deck circle. (4-3) Houston. Bottom of the 6th inning with 2 gone. And a snap throw to first. Close play. Betancourt just back.
Well, you have a good arm. You want to show it off. Once again from his knees and almost caught Betancourt with too much of a secondary lead. Gets back on the outfield side of the bag, making the tag a little bit longer.
On the corner, strike 2. Brandon Boggs will hit next if Lucroy can reach. Otherwise, you might see Markham go back out for the 7th. Lucroy making his 7th start. He's appeared in 8 games. And hoping to give Markham a chance at a victory here tonight. Brewers are down a run. Lucroy, a base hit, right field. Betancourt will hold ground at second. And that will allow Renicky to send a pinch hitter up there. So Myers gives up back-to-back hits with 2 outs.
Yep, hung a breaking ball, and Jonathan able to stay right on it, get on top of it, and roll it into right field. Good at bat by Jonathan Lucroy. A mistake with a breaking pitch, and he got his base hit.
It's going to wrap it up for Markham. That right there is the biggest difference in the American League and the National League. In the American League, you wouldn't even think about it. You don't need a pinch hitter. And he would probably continue and likely to get 1, maybe 2 more innings out of it. But in the National League, when you get your chances, you have to take a shot at it. And Boggs will pinch hit for Markham, who finishes with a season high 8 strikeouts. The numbers on Myers. 2 on, 2 out, and the switch hitter Brandon Boggs. Boggs had a couple of at-bats last night in his Brewers debut. A strikeout and a line drive out.
Yeah, the only left-handed bat on Ron Renicky's bench. He's a switch hitter. He's up there left-handed against Myers.
Betancourt and Lucroy with singles. Coming with 2 outs in the inning. A base hit should tie it. Right off the end of the bat. 2 balls and a strike on Brandon Boggs. Boggs has some big league time with the Rangers. had a great spring for the Brewers, not just at the plate. Showed he could play all three outfield positions. Made some great catches this spring.
Yeah, good speed. He can run, steal some bases.
And Boggs lifts one in the air to left, playable for Lee. Side retired. So Markham is out. The Brewers still trail 4-3 Houston as we go to the 7th.
Summary, former Brewers stealing the show for the Stros in the first inning. Carlos Lee with a blast to left. Bill Hall got a few boos, but he knocked in a run here to make it 3-0 in the first. Prince Fielder with a bullet to right. Pence bobbles it. Prince goes to second, and he would later score to make it 3-1. Then in the third, Pence with the bat deep to left and gone. His third homer made it 4-1. Bottom third, Ryan Braun's grounded to short, producing a run to make it 4-2. And then Prince with a base hit, scoring Carlos Gomez to make it 4-3. Guys, it looked like a slugfest early, but the pitchers have settled in since then.
Yeah, both Markham and Myers. Markham is out now, lifted for a pinch hitter, but rocked 6 innings tonight and certainly didn't have his ace stuff. Jimmy John's delivery of the game results in 8 strikeouts for Markham, a season high.
Well, it was the first inning that really was his undoing. I mean, I guess if you call 4 runs in 6 innings an undoing, but remember, because he wasn't with the ball club, he didn't have his side session. He didn't have his normal bullpen routine between starts, and perhaps a little bit out of rhythm, out of sync. Gave up 3 runs in the first, but did a nice job settling down after.
So Brandon Kinsler is on the pitch, who has looked very good out of the bullpen for Milwaukee, starting to get some more important innings after he picked up his first major league win against Philadelphia earlier in the week.
And he's picked up a very good changeup to go along with a slider and an explosive fastball that has some pretty good movement. Impressive for Kinsler, as he's been able to throw a lot of strikes.
It was a changeup that was taught to him by Sean Markham, at least the grip. And that has made Kinsler a very interesting study here the rest of the way. This is phase 2 now, because he came out, he had a lot of success. He picked up a win on Monday in Philadelphia, but then he struggled, gave up a game-winning home run to Shane Victorino. So this is Kinsler's first trip back to the mound since. And I think everybody's anxious to see how he responds. No question about his stuff, though.
Yeah, a guy that's certainly able to pick up, more than 1 inning. He's been out there a couple of innings already, a couple of times for Ron Renicky.
Shattered bat.
Look out.
Kinsler avoids it all, and he makes the play for the out. As Quintero is retired, that bat splintered into 4 pieces.
That couldn't have felt good. A little bit of a buzz on the hands. Part of the bat to the mound, part of the bat to shortstop, and they're still picking up remnants of that piece of wood. Look how far down on the handle that ball hits. That's how that explosive movement That's good contrast. You get Sean Markham, the changeup guy, then you have a mid-90s with a sinker coming in on your hands, and boy, that ball almost hit him in the fist.
That's about as much as you can get jammed as possible without taking one off the knuckles.
Yeah.
So one gone here in the 7th, and Brett Myers is going to swing the bat with one away. Brad Mills is going to stick with his big right-hander. And why wouldn't he? Myers, since the 2-run 3rd inning, hasn't given up much at all. Matter of fact, he's only given up 2 hits since that 3rd inning. At one point, he had retired 9 in a row. Every time I see Brett Myers at the plate, I go right back to the 08 playoffs when Myers was with the Phillies, and an at-bat against CC Sabathia that absolutely turned the tide in that game and in that series.
About a 10-pitch at bat early on. He got on, and then Victorino with the grand slam.
That's right. Victorino was right after him as Kinsler peels off the outside corner for a strikeout. 2 up, 2 down here for Brandon Kinsler.
Now again, you go from a changeup guy and topping that at 87 to going to Kinsler, who's throwing in the mid-90s. I like this kid. He can throw. He's got a lot of moxie out there, not afraid to throw the ball over the plate. Why would you with that kind of stuff? Right on the outside corner.
Kinsler is a great story. If you've been with us, you've heard his trek through the minor leagues, released, signed with the independent leagues. Had shoulder surgery in 06. The Padres released him. Signed with the Winnipeg Goldeyes to keep pitching. And that's where the Brewers discovered him. They actually found him in St. Paul. He went from Winnipeg to St. Paul. He was working in the front office down there. He was selling tickets and working on off-season projects. And here he is in the big leagues. Made his major league debut last year. Brewers found him in the Northern League All-Star game, pitching for the St. Paul Saints.
And he has created quite a dilemma for the Brewers once some of their relievers come back. Well, who do you ship out? I mean, as far as the guys that are in that bullpen right now, they've all been throwing the baseball pretty well. Good problem to have, but a tough call.
Right.
You know, for Ron Renicky and Doug Melvin, Rick Kranitz. I mean, who do you send out? These guys have been pretty good.
That one's hit hard to center field, a base hit. Michael Bourne with a single. Well, Ron Renicky told us earlier today that once Corey Hart returns and he's back in the everyday flow, and that'll be at the end of this homestand, and you'll start to see the more normal defensive alignment for the Brewers with Hart back in the lineup. He's an everyday player. At that point, Renicky will not carry 8 pitchers in his bullpen. And so it's not just that Hawkins is back and Takashi Saito is returning soon. Manny Parra is scheduled to come back soon. But you're also going to lose a spot in that bullpen as well. So some tough decisions coming up.
I don't think Doug Melvin's complaining too much about that. It wasn't that long ago where the Brewers were just trying to find warm bodies to
right.
sit out in that bullpen. How about him, Marco Estrada? How good's he been?
Well, you got to have depth to get through a season, and that means you have to have a stable of pitchers in the minor leagues you can call on. You know, a lot of it has to do with more than just stuff, ability, current success. A lot of it has to do with, you know, some of the bookwork.
Contracts.
Yeah, contracts, who has options available. You don't want to lose guys. Just as an example, on equal terms, you take a look at a guy like Manny Parra and Brandon Kinsler. If you send Manny Parra to the minor leagues, and he's down there now on a rehab assignment, so that doesn't count. But if you tried to send him to Nashville, he's out of options. He becomes available for every major league team to acquire.
Just about everybody would take him, or they would claim him.
Yeah, he wouldn't last long. There's a shot down the line. That's got a chance to score a run. Over to cut it off is Braun. Michael Bourne flying around the bases will score easily. And the Astros have added to their lead. It is now 5-3. Back-to-back hits with 2 outs.
Well, he got through Quintero and Myers with no trouble. Then the top of the order. That's a pretty good piece of hitting by Sanchez. That fastball, the same fastball that ate up Humberto Quintero. Sanchez pulls the hands in and whistles it down the left field line, and there was no question that Michael Bourne was going to be able to score on that one.
And now here's Hunter Pence, who has homered tonight. There's a strike. Renick's Brewers down a pair, 5-3 to Houston. The Astros have 9 hits. And a dangerous hitter here. Pence with a home run and a walk tonight. Pence has been impressively consistent in his major league career. Very unorthodox style. Both at the plate and defensively, but a guy who just succeeds at every level.
Yeah, tough guy to defend. He hits the ball all over the diamond. He'll take a fastball in and whistle it down the right field line. They'll hook a slider away, hit it down the left field line. Very unpredictable where he's going to hit the baseball.
A little flare that is going to fall, a base hit. Kotze coming in. Sanchez around third. The throw is cut off. And another run is in for the Astros. 6-3 Houston as Pence drives in his second.
Yeah, a little flare in the right field. That's what we're talking about with Hunter Pence. It looked like Kinsler was able to get in on his hands. But still a flare into right, down on the trademark. Didn't hit it all that well. That big swing, and talk about unpredictable and unorthodox. Able to sneak it in front of Kotze for another run. Well, 2 outs and nobody on. And the Astros now with 3 consecutive base hits.
And the Brewers are down 3 as Kinsler struggles with 2 away and now has to deal with Carlos Lee. Rick Kranitz a visit to the mound. Big cut and a miss from Lee. Prince Fielder gives Carlos Lee a lot of credit for his approach at the plate in run producing situations, taking advantage of RBI opportunities. Lucroy makes a nice play.
Carlos Lee's always been one of those guys that plays every day. You know, one of the Brewers in franchise history that's played 162 games. Always finds a way to get that man, like you mentioned, from third base or less than 2. Will put the ball in play more times than not.
Twice in his career, Lee has played in all 162 games. Once as a Brewer, once as an Astro. That was the other part of Lee's time in Milwaukee, which was brief, but enough to have an impact on the young first baseman, Prince Fielder. And he told Prince to make sure he's in the lineup not just playing every game, but every inning of every game. There's always somebody looking for your spot. Carlos Lee went deep in the first inning. And it was a quick strike for Houston, a 2-run home run. Golfed one out to left. Part of a 3-run first inning for the Astros. Ball and 2 strikes on Lee. Pence over at first. And he tied him up. Down he goes. A strikeout for Kinsler. But 3 consecutive hits with 2 outs. The Astros get 2. They lead by 3.
.63, Telly Hughes, Jerry Augustine getting set for Brewers Live, and Brandon Kinsler. Jerry gave up a couple of runs in the top half of this inning, but Sean Markham at the beginning of this game, it looked like a slugfest, but he ended up settling down well.
Yeah, he did. It looked like he missed that in between pitching that he usually does in between starts. Struggled a little bit in the beginning, but he kept the team in a ball game. When you have 2 caliber pitchers like this, what you want them to do, keep you in a ball game. Brewers are down by a couple runs, are going to have to fight back.
Yeah, they've been in some tight ball games throughout the course of this season, and Sean Markham was able to retire 11 of his final 13 hitters. But coming up on Brewers Live, we'll have Brewers reaction to tonight's game. We'll also have our on-field instructional. They're talking pop-ups, B.A.
Nothing like pop-ups. Big league pop-ups, I hope. Myers back on the mound for Houston. The Brewers down 3 with 9 outs to work with here in the home 7th. Looking forward to Brewers Live postgame tonight with Telly and Jerry. Well, Brad Mills took a shot with Brett Myers. He let him hit. His Counsell flares one into left, a base hit. Greg Counsell with 2 hits tonight.
Now counts 1 up the middle and 1 in the left field. So Counsell with 2 hits today. Got a hit last night. Hey, register your child to be the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Junior Announcer by picking up an entry form at participating Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations. Call 414-902-4000 for details.
Here's Carlos Gomez now. And this will be a key at bat in this inning for Milwaukee. Got Braun and Fielder coming up. Gomez drops a bunt down. Myers up with it. And Gomez is out at first. My goodness, he looked like he beat it out. A close play. Joe West calmly rings him up at first base.
Yep. And no argument from Garth Orge or Ron Renicky. Wow. I'll tell you, he looks safe. Let's check it out. It doesn't even have to be a great bunt for Gomez to beat it.
Oh, I don't know. This will be a good look at it.
Yeah, well, I tell you, it's hard to tell. I mean, really, I mean, that's a very close play, and you really can't fault the umpire either way on that.
Yeah, I think he got it right. Exmo showed that Gomez was clipped barely. But there is a runner at second, and Braun at the plate. How about that? That is as close as you can get.
Well, and again, I mean, Joe West does not have the luxury of replays, and you really can't argue either way on a play that close.
Got to give him credit.
Yeah.
These umpires are so good. I mean, they make calls. We scrutinize them every night because we have replays, Exmo technology. You can look at it time and time again, but full speed.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many they get right.
Far and away the best officiated game of all the major sports in my mind. Major League umpires, because they have to make a call on every play. They don't have the luxury of a no call like the rest of them do.
Yeah, you hear a good no call.
Ball strike, safe out. Man, they have to make a decision. Somebody's upset with them all the time.
There's the crew chief, Bruce Fremming. Always got a restaurant in mind for you. Again, just take you back. This will be one that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough call for Joe West. And this is what he gets to see.
Yeah, you can see in the dirt. The keen eyes of Major League umpires. I think we're putting together a plan to have an umpire show again this year, a broadcast. That was very educational last year.
Yeah.
Had a chance with Bruce Fremming to get him on an instructional every now and then. Braun into right center. This is way back and gone. Ryan Braun with a 2-run home run. Number 7 for Braun. And he's tied for the Major League lead now with Troy Tulowitzki.
Oh, incredible power for Ryan Braun to the opposite field. That ball way back out there in right field. Right center, number 7 for Brawny. A fastball that missed its spot, and Ryan Braun did not miss it. Brett Myers has been after Braun with fastballs all night, and Ryan able to get it on the sweet spot, and that's a 1-run game again. Yeah, lets the ball travel. See how far back in his stance he's able to get it. And look at the extension, able to cover the outside corner very well.
So Braun a 2-run clout, and it's a 1-run game once again. And a pitching change here at Miller Park. We'll set up the new hurler when we come back. Night after Ryan Braun's 2-run home run, it is back to a 1-run game, and Brad Mills lifts his starter. He goes with the left-hander with fielder coming up, Fernando Abad.
Yeah, Abad in his 12th appearance already this year. Appeared in last night's ball game. 2/3 of an inning, gave up a couple of hits and a run.
Fielder batting with 1 away. And the slow curveball. Big cut and a miss for Fielder. At the plate, presented by Wendy's. Prince with 2 hits and RBI. He's 2 for 3. National League leader in runs batted in to start the day. He's down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Myers is out, and his line is official, 6 1/3 with 5 earned runs allowed, but still in line for the victory. Prince would like to change that. The 1-2 pitch. Fielder spoils one. What has made Fielder so effective against left-handers this year, as you check the final numbers for Brett Myers, the fact that he's using all fields, especially against lefties.
Prince with a batting average of .455 against lefties so far this year. Of course, it's early, but he's put together some very good at bats against some pretty good left-handers.
And Fielder has it full now. They brought Abad on last night to face Fielder, and he reached on a fielder's choice. But the Brewers did some damage after that. Brad Mills has right-handers ready in his bullpen. A single, a bunt, and a 2-run homer in this inning. And the 3-2 on the corner. He put it in a perfect spot. Fielder strikes out for out number 2. That leads us to our text the broadcast booth question tonight. Henry in Milwaukee wants to know, could Ryan Braun contend for the Triple Crown? Send your text to 234-234, keyword Brewers. Like to get interactive with you.
I don't see any reason why. You know, Ryan Braun, he's always been a .300 hitter, driving 100 runs. But that's an awfully difficult thing to be able to do these days. Well, why not?
So Abad does his job. He takes care of Prince Fielder. And a new pitcher coming in. We'll take a timeout. The Brewers with a 2-run homer from Ryan Braun. Right back in it, down a run here in the 7th inning. There are 2 outs in the inning, and the new pitcher is Jeff Fulcino. We saw him last night.
Yeah, 1/3 of an inning for Fulcino. A fastball, very good slider, his 12th appearance as well.
So there's 3 relievers down in that pen for Brad Mills that have been getting an awful lot of work. Abad 12 appearances, Nelson, or I should say Fulcino, in his 12th appearance as well.
In game number 21 for Houston. Casey McGee will bat, bases empty, 2 outs in the inning. McGee is 0 for 3. And there's strike 1. Fulcino has a big fastball. He has been in the starting rotation for the Astros in the past. Might have found a home here in the bullpen. And a breaking ball. They'll ask if McGee went. Nope, he checked his swing. Counsell started the inning with a single. Gomez trying to bunt for a hit. Advanced him to second. Braun to the opposite field. A long home run to the opposite field. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on McGee.
That bang bang play at first on that Gomez bunt, had he been called safe, we'd be all tied up.
By the way, that home run by Braun extends his on base streak. He has reached base in every game this year, 20 consecutive. And he is in pursuit of Robin Yount's franchise record of 23. Yount did it in 1983. Braun has started this season reaching base with a hit or an error, or rather a hit or a walk in 20 consecutive. 2-2 to McGee. Just missed. Full count. Fulcino wanted that call.
Yeah, Ryan Braun in the first 20 games this year has been on base 43 times. So it's not just Ryan getting on once a game.
Big pitch here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And McGee shoots one down the line. That is a fair ball. It'll get to the corner. McGee on his way to second. And it's a 2-out double. The Brewers keep it going as Casey McGee delivers a 2-out, 2-strike hit.
He's something else when he goes the opposite field. Not too many better at that than Casey McGee. Another line drive off the bat of Casey. That's 2 tonight. One of them caught in center field, but check this at bat out. This is why he's such a tough out. Fastball, middle away. He let the ball travel just like the Ryan Braun home run. He let the ball get back in on his front foot. Takes the same swing and gets it on the sweet spot. The key is getting on top of that pitch, not dropping that shoulder and trying to lift it. Go down and through.
Here's the red hot Mark Kotsay with a chance to tie it up. Kotsay 2 for 3 tonight, a couple of singles. He is 5 for 8 over the last 2 games. And his batting average has gone from under 200 to just under 300. Quickly 0-2 on Kotsay. McGee out at second, representing the tying run here in the 7th. And high and tight to Mark Kotsay. It's got to feel good for Kotsay to get going a little bit. Had a slow start to the season, getting a lot of playing time in the absence of Corey Hart. Yesterday, Kotsay with 3 hits and 2 RBIs. On the ground to Wallace. And the inning is over, but Ryan Braun tightens it up here at Miller Park. 6-5 Houston. The Brewers down a run as we go to the 8th.
This year, partner, well done. And with that home run, 25 home runs away from making a very elite list. First 5 seasons, look at the names on that list. A bunch of Hall of Famers. If they're not already in the Hall of Fame, they soon will be, the guys that are not.
So Braun makes it a 1-run game. And his major league leading 7th home run. He's tied with Troy Tulowitzki now. And the new pitcher is Zach Braddock, trying to hold the Astros at 6. See the numbers for Braddock. Pretty good across the board. Braddock hasn't pitched much lately. But a 2.84 ERA in game number 9 for Braddock.
Yeah, Les pitched on Tuesday against the Phillies. He tossed a perfect 8th inning in that Brewers 9-0 win.
Well, as we discussed earlier about the bullpen scenario, don't think these relievers, especially the relievers who have options and can be sent back and forth from the minor leagues to the big leagues, they certainly know that it's an audition every time out as Braddock drills Brett Wallace.
That might be his only hitter. A lot of activity down in that Brewers bullpen. Not able to get the left-hander. Now you got a bunch of right-handers coming up. And Brett Wallace just not able to get out of the way of that one. No chance for him to miss that.
And here comes Ron Renicky. So Braddock unable to get Wallace, and Renicky is going to go back to the bullpen. 6-5 Houston. And we'll take a break. We'll set up the new pitcher when we continue.
Forecast for the Brewers game in Milwaukee. Outside of Miller Park, it's still rather cool with times of clouds and sunshine by first pitch. Temperatures starting off in the upper 40s.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. And our Miller Lite What's on Tap. The Brewers and the Astros wrap up this series tomorrow, a matinee here on Easter. And then the Reds come to town Monday, a 3-game series beginning Monday. And we are on Fox Sports Wisconsin throughout. 6-5 our score. The Astros lead the Brewers here in the 8th inning, and the new pitcher is Cameron Lowe. And he takes over with a runner at first and nobody out.
He retired the only batter that he faced on Wednesday against the Phillies. He's really only had the one bad outing. That was the second game of the doubleheader in Washington. Other than that, he's been almost perfect.
And a base hit. Bill Hall's having some kind of night. His 3rd hit. The former Brewer is doing some damage against his old mates.
Billy Hall, from what we remember as a Brewer, can get very streaky. When he's seeing the ball well, swinging the bat, nobody can get him out. But then he goes into those stretches where he has a tough time staying back on baseballs and pulls off, and is susceptible to the strikeout. But right now he's seeing it well.
So Cameron Lowe, a ground ball pitcher, could certainly use one here.
Not sure if the Brewers are going to be expecting a bunt with the bottom of the order coming up. Johnson, not normally the kind of a guy who would expect to drop down a bunt, but we'll see.
2 on, nobody out to start the inning. After the Brewers scored twice in the 7th, Johnson slightly off the end of the bat. Wallace is tagging but will not go, and that's the first out. You rarely see fly ball outs with Cameron Lowe on the mound. But out number 1, and now a double play will get him out of this inning. '29-year-old Cameron Lowe, he and Ryan Braun went to the same high school, Granada Hills, in Southern California, Los Angeles. Lowe was a senior when Braun was a freshman. And they actually, Joe Braun was telling us this story. They brought Ryan up to the varsity for one game. And Cameron was pitching. He was a big star and ended up in the big leagues. It was a famous high school there. They've got a lot of great athletes come from Granada Hills. John Elway, probably the most famous, although Braun's catching up pretty fast.
Yeah, very soon might be the most famous athlete coming out of that high school. He's well on his way.
But think how rare it is to have two guys who played on the same high school team, and although it was briefly, but on the same high school team, on the same team in the major leagues.
Right. Might be a good text question.
Astros have that scenario too with the Bourgeois and Michael Bourne.
Might be more common than you think. Two guys in the same game here, 4 of them.
Just common tonight. Commonly uncommon.
They had Fontenot and Terrio with the Cubs on the same college team.
Yep. I could see that a little bit.
A little bit more common.
Look how hard it is and the odds to make it to the big leagues at all. But to have a couple of guys from the same high school make it. Humberto Quintero, an ideal double play candidate. He does not run well, but he's had a good series with the bat. 1 for 3 tonight. 3 for 3 last night. No balls, 2 strikes. And a little flare into right. Katse will make the catch. And 2 men are out. 2 fly ball outs for Cameron Lowe. Well, Brad Mills is going to go to his bench here. Joe Inglet will pinch hit. Former Brewer. Top pinch hitter in the National League last year with Milwaukee.
Yeah, he did a nice job coming off the bench. He appeared in last night's ball game, a strikeout and a ground out. Came in as a pinch hitter and then finished the game at second base.
Two on, 2 out. A hit batter and a base hit to start this inning. And Lowe trying to get it to the dugout with the Brewers down by just 1. In the Brewer 8th inning, it'll be the bottom of the order. Betancourt, Lucroy, and a pinch hitter. And into the top. Oh, happy day. His wife says, act like you've been there before. 0-1 to England. Oh, Lucroy able to stop it. Only one runner will advance. That was some kind of play by Lucroy. But good base running out there by Wallace, and he takes third base.
I think it was a cross up. That's why you see Jonathan going out there to talk to Lowe, probably looking fastball. Got breaking pitch, got his glove on it, hit him in the mask, and it'll be a wild pitch, but I don't think Jonathan was expecting the breaking ball.
Well, it was a good job just keeping it in the area. Hall did not advance.
Now the trail runner has to make sure that the man at second base is going to go to third. If he starts and then stops, then it's going to be an easy out. A lot of times that back runner doesn't get as good a jump. He just stays put.
Ball and a strike on England. And a spinner in there for a strike.
Yeah, more breaking balls from Cameron Lowe in this inning than we've seen from him pretty much all year. He usually just sticks with that sinker.
See what he has in mind here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Be a big out to get for Cameron Lowe. The Brewers trying to stay within 1 of Houston. And he just missed. England tracked it all the way in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was a good pitch right there. You can see where Lucroy was setting up. He didn't want it for a strike. He wanted to see if England would go after it. And Lowe put it exactly where Lucroy wants it. Watch Lucroy's reaction. Good pitch.
Perhaps to set up this one. They'll ask if he went. No, he didn't. Laid off the curveball this time. And now the count goes full.
Yeah, you want to throw a curveball, that's where you want it. Down low. England able to hold up.
So Bill Hall will be on the move here with the pitch. Some pressure-packed confrontations here tonight. This is another one. 3-2 with 2 out. Hall takes off. England swings and misses. Down he goes on strikes. And Cameron Lowe strands 2 Astros. A scoreless 8th. Now the Brewers are coming up. Home Depot doing more on defense, and some of the great plays of that Philadelphia series. Yeah, Betancourt, Gomez, Ryan Braun made a game saver. Gomez again. Gomez was all over the place in that series. Betancourt had a nice run defensively as well. Home Depot doing more on defense, and Milwaukee committing the fewest errors in the National League, tied with the Red Sox for fewest errors committed, and leading in some unusual categories for Milwaukee over the last couple of years. Look at that team fielding percentage, team earned run average in the top 5, and already 4 shutouts on the board. Brewers had 7 shutouts all season last season.
And if the Brewers can continue that pace, I think they're going to be in it to the end. I mean, that's what keeps you around in a pennant race, pitching and defense.
Well, it's all about offense right now. The Brewers down to their last 6 outs, down a run. Mark Melancon on the pitch for Houston.
Yeah, another guy that has been used quite a bit. 13th appearance for Melancon. He's got good numbers. Pitched a scoreless inning last night. That's a lot of work. 13 appearances.
Brad Mills has not been afraid to go to his bullpen.
13 in 21 games. 13 appearances.
Well, Betancourt ahead in the count. 2-1. Betancourt tonight with an infield hit. He also drove in a run with a sac fly. 1 for 2 tonight for the Brewers shortstop. And a line shot right back up the middle. Betancourt with his second hit. And a good start for Milwaukee. The tying run is aboard.
Well, you love the approach of these Brewers hitters tonight. A lot of opposite field base hits. Like Casey McGee's bullet down the line. Ryan Braun went to the opposite field for his home run. And check out Betancourt. A fastball away from him, and he drills it up the middle. Good approach, good at bat, good results.
Well, 9 of the 12 Brewers hits either up the middle or to the opposite field. To your point, including Braun's 2-run homer. Now it's Lucroy. Squares early and gets a bunt down. Wallace go. Oh, he falls over Melancon. The throw not in time, and it gets away. Betancourt to third. He'll stop there. The Astros continue to literally fall all over themselves.
It's just disgraceful the way they play defense. Understanding where you are, situational awareness on the field, and 2 guys bump into each other, and to make matters worse, Wallace makes a throw from on his back. It goes down the line, and Betancourt able to get to third base. That's just dreadful defense. I mean, you can't really fault him for tripping over, a guy that's on his knee, but why throw the baseball after you've already, given up the base hit? I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to throw a Lucroy out on that. And what you do, you throw it, and you allow the guy to get to third.
So an error for the Astros.
Could
and
be
it's first
2.
and third. That very easily could be 2.
It should be 2 errors.
Lucroy will get credit for a sacrifice bunt. Now it's Almonte in a big spot here in the 8th inning. Tying run at third. Go ahead, run at first. And Melancon misses away, maybe a little low. Almonte's been waiting for a spot like this. Been a struggle for Almonte. 3 hits and 27 at bats, but he does have 3 RBIs. Drove in a couple of runs in the Philadelphia series. A ball and a strike. Big cut from Almonte.
That's a nice breaking ball from Melancon. You can see why his numbers have been so good. Got that breaking pitch, goes straight down, a true slider, and he throws hard.
Saw Axford in the bullpen. If the Brewers tie or take the lead, you'll probably see Axford. First and third, nobody out. And a ball and 2 strikes on Almonte. The error officially belongs to Brett Wallace, by the way. So the sacrifice fly, just 1 error.
Okay, well, that was a break for Wallace. It could have been 2. 1 error allowing Lucroy to reach, and another error allowing Betancourt to get to third base.
Now the Brewers hope to take advantage of the miscues. Ball and 2 strikes to Eric Almonte. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Melanson.
So are they calling it a fielder's choice? Getting Lucroy to first? Is it a hit? Did they give him a hit?
It's not a hit. They called it a sacrifice.
A sacrifice, but there was no out. Oh well.
The 1-2. Almonte, a little chopper. Here comes Betancourt. And now a play at the plate. Betancourt trying to stay in a rundown. And he'll be tagged out. And now Lucroy is going to be cut down. And now a throw to first. Oh my goodness. The Brewers almost with a triple play there and out of the inning. Instead, 2 outs. And the Brewer base running makes a mess of a golden opportunity.
Well, you can't fault Betancourt for taking off. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. First and third, nobody out. Ground ball, you got to go to try and eliminate the double play. Right there, I mean, you can't fault Betancourt. Jonathan Lucroy just got to stay at second base. Once he's running Betancourt back to third, I mean, you just can't expect to get back there. Good job by the catcher Quintero to cover third base. And had that throw been good, that would have been the 3rd out.
So 2 outs just like that. And a promising inning is now in jeopardy. Now it's Craig Counsell with 2 away.
You can't go to third base when you're on second when they're running the runner back to third base too. You can't do that. If they're running him toward home plate, then you can go. You hope you draw the throw for whatever reason. Why they would do that, I don't know. But
and a bouncing ball to Hall, and the Astros are going to get out of this inning. That is a tough one. The Brewers set up first and third, nobody out. They do not score. Astros still lead. In the 8th inning defensively for the Astros, as Wallace coming over to play a bunt, trips over the pitcher Mark Melanson, charged with an error on the play. The Brewers sitting there with runners at first and third and nobody out. But the Brewers base running cost them here dearly. Betancourt trying to do all he can to get in a rundown. And this was very close to a triple play that would have ended the inning. Betancourt out, Lucroy out, Almonte almost out.
Yeah. Oh, and again, it was kind of one of those in between. I mean, it might not have been a double play ball. I mean, but Almonte, not all that fast. So as a base runner on a ground ball, first and third, nobody, you got to take off. You got to draw a throw to avoid the double play, and that really does take you out of an inning. The mistake was made, Betancourt waving Lucroy to third base when he shouldn't have been doing that. But as a runner at second, Jonathan should have known that once he was that close to third base, there's no way he's going to be able to get there.
So you take your medicine, 1 out, runners at first and second. You try to restart the inning. Instead, the Brewers ran themselves right out of an inning, and they still trail 6-5. The Astros have never trailed in this game. Now John Axford on to pitch. Despite Houston leading by a run.
Now, I went over and talked to Tim O'Driscoll, the official scorer. They did give Betancourt, or I should say Lucroy, a base hit on that bunt.
Oh, okay. It was an infield hit.
It either had to be 2 errors or a base hit. One of the two. You couldn't really do a fielder's choice.
Greg Counsell takes care of Michael Bourne. 1 away for Axford, who is still looking for his first 3-up, 3-down inning of the season. Brandon Lyon is the Astros closer. He's had his problems this year. The Brewers heavyweights are coming up. Gomez will lead off, then Braun and Fielder. If anybody gets on, McGee. Axford trying to keep it at a 1-run game. That was not a pretty 8th inning for both teams,
to say the least.
One team's going to be able to laugh about it. The other is going to look back and wonder what could have been.
It's going to come down in this 9th inning to both teams top of the order. We'll see who comes out on top.
And a skipper who is a stickler for base running and accountability on the base paths especially. Can't be too pleased with that. Ball and 2 strikes on Angel Sanchez. He drove in a key run in the 7th inning. Astros were able to plate 2 runs in the 7th on 3 consecutive hits with 2 outs. Sanchez had the first RBI hit. That was a double. Pence followed with a 2-out hit. And right now, that's the difference in the game. Braun answered with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 7th. But Milwaukee has been able to get close. They've been unable to take a lead as Axford blows away Sanchez. Good fastball, 2 up, 2 down for John Axford.
Yep, 94 up in the zone. Tough to get on top of that pitch. Outer half, above the belt, swing and a miss.
And now a great matchup here between Axford and Pence.
Yeah, Hunter Pence can handle a lot of fastballs. When he's looking for one, he's got the count in his favor. He can't throw it by him.
So a breaking ball has him out in front. And a ball and a strike on Pence. 3 matchups with Axford. Axford has struck him out twice. Tonight, Pence has a home run, has an RBI single, and a walk. He's driven in 2. He leads the club with 17 runs batted in. Another swing and a miss. A slider that time from Axford.
Yep, curveball, slider. What's coming next? Now's when you get the fastball by a fastball hitter. You get it up in the zone when he has to chase. When he's in that protect mode.
Two outs. Going back to the slider here. The 1-2. And Pence down on strikes. Lucroy hangs on. The best inning of the year for Axford, and the big boys are coming up. The Brewers are down a run. Gomez, Braun, and Fielder will bat in the ninth when we come back. To the bottom of the ninth we go at Miller Park, Milwaukee, and the Brewers down a run to the Astros. 6-5 our score in front of a big crowd of 37,000 on hand to see this one. And the closer, Brandon Lyon, don't be fooled by the ERA at 4.26. He gave up 3 earned runs on opening day, blew a save against the Phillies, has not allowed a run since. Jason Bourgeois takes over in left field for Carlos Lee. 6-5 Houston. Gomez will lead off, then Braun, then Fielder. And the Brewers right where they want to be in their batting order. Lyon has had 6 scoreless innings in 6 appearances since that blown save, as Gomez sends one to left off the end of the bat. That is playable for Bourgeois. Out number 1, he just missed it.
He got a breaking pitch up in the strike zone. Carlos gave it a pretty good swing, but just couldn't hold back long enough.
One gone. Here's Braun. And a 2-run home run his last time up made it a 1-run game. Lyon has given up some hits this year. Breaking ball strike. The Astros closer in 6 1/3 has allowed 11 hits thus far.
And 11 hits, but has not allowed a home run. He's got a good sinker. He's already throwing a curveball and a slider, so he's mixing it up pretty well.
Fielder to follow. Last year, Lyon took over the closer's role from Matt Lindstrom and saved 20 games for the Astros. As Braun chased. Ball and 2 strikes. Lyon in the driver's seat here. The 1-2 pitch just missed. Braun would love to get Fielder to the plate with a chance to win it. Ready for the 2-2. And Braun just got a piece. He's got a wicked breaking ball, does Brandon Lyon.
He's got two different breaking pitches that he's thrown already in this inning. A big curve ball, and then he'll throw the sharper, quicker slider. There's the slider right there, keeping it down in the zone.
Braun in a battle here with 2 strikes. Milwaukee down a run in the bottom of the 9th, a 2-2. And a base hit to right. Pence over to cut it off. He does so. Braun a big turn around first. But Ryan Braun delivers with a 2-strike hit. And now Fielder will bat, representing the winning run.
Well, there's a lot of breaking pitches, and Brandon Lyon just showing the fastball early in the count. You know, the breaking pitch for strikes. Fastballs out of the strike zone. This pitch did not miss by much off the outside corner. And once again, elevating the fastball. Ryan able to hang tough on that good slider. And then got a pitch up out over the plate and ripped it down the line and right. Ronnie thinking about a double, but you got to be able to walk into second base with Prince Fielder coming up representing the winning run.
Some kind of at bat. Now Fielder up there. And Prince goes down the line, slices foul. Well, what a moment here. The Brewers have plenty of sock at this point of the lineup. Got McGee due up next. Astros are looking for a ground ball to turn 2 to finish the game. Prince with 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 4. For 12 against Brandon Lyon. And it goes to a ball and 2 strikes.
Back-to-back breaking pitches after showing him a fastball first pitch. A nice job keeping that breaking pitch down in the strike zone.
Now Fielder in protect mode here with 1 away and down in the count 1 and 2. Tying run at first. And Fielder takes ball 2.
See, Quintero wants it up and in. That's exactly where Lyon put it.
Just like with Braun, Fielder up there on a 2-2 count. Way inside, almost hit him. The count goes full.
Trying to work him in, but almost hit him. Not even close.
Like a slider from Lyon that didn't do much. The Brewers down a run. Bottom of the 9th. 3-2. Braun takes off. Fielder rips one down the right field line. Braun around second, on his way to third, and here he comes. The throw to the plate. Braun is safe. Tie ball game.
these two guys are something else. It's been a pleasure to watch them go at it this year. A good battle with Brandon Lyon and Prince Fielder. Prince found himself down in the count 1-2, and then Lyon tried to work him inside with a fastball. He got it to 3-2, down and in. Brian Braun running on the pitch, and he's able to score. It looked like he got right in between the legs of Quintero right here. That's a good call. I mean, look at the home plate umpire, Mike Machinsky. He's right on it. Quintero thinks he's out, but he got right in between the legs and got in there. That's a heck of a call. And you can see the reaction from Prince.
Great speed for Braun. A perfect slide into the plate. Now the winning run at second. Casey McGee at the plate. Had a game winner on the last homestand against the Cubs. That is textbook at the plate with a catcher standing in there like that. Braun feet first, plowing his way through to home plate.
Yep. There it is right there. You can see he's clearly on the plate. No tag yet. And the home plate umpire right on it. He couldn't be in any better position to make that call.
Now McGee trying to win it for Milwaukee. A blown save for Lyon. McGee into right. Pence angling over. He's got it. Fielder won't challenge. And 2 men are out here in the 9th inning. Fielder ties it up with an extra base hit.
Had Ryan Braun not been running on the 3-2 pitch, would not have been able to score. Ed Cedar very aggressive at third base, sending him. That was close.
Now Katse will be walked intentionally, which will set up a matchup for Lyon against Yuniesky Betancourt. Tell you what, the way Betancourt's been swinging the bat, I think the Brewers will take their chances.
Yeah, he's 2 for 3 tonight, a sacrifice fly and hits in his last 2 at bats. Playing the percentages. Astros want to go right-hander against right-hander.
What a ball game tonight. And will it end right here in the 9th? Second blown save for Brandon Lyon of the season. You could put the 2 at-bats for Braun and Fielder in a time capsule. They'll stand for ages about how to handle a pressure situation. Down to 2 strikes, both delivering hits.
Kind of reminds you of Molitor and Young, doesn't it?
How about that? Good call. Here's Betancourt, a chance to win it. Sean Green will have the extra innings if it gets there. Betancourt hoping it doesn't. Yuniesky had a big hit yesterday, driving in 2. And a big 5th inning for Milwaukee. The winning run at second. Betancourt takes a strike.
Outfield relatively deep. It's going to be tough for them to be able to make a play on Prince Fielder on a base hit. Bourgeois not very deep, but the other 2 are pretty well back there. Going to make a long throw.
And the middle infielder's not holding Fielder on. He'll be able to get a big jump off second base. Here's the 1-1. Betancourt. Little bouncer foul. A ball and 2 strikes on the Brewer shortstop. Betancourt waiting for his signature moment here as a Brewer. Had a good run defensively on the road trip. Bat starting to heat up. Again, Lyon has the Brewers down to their last strike here. And a 1-2. Betancourt Lays off. Tough pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He hasn't made a mistake with that breaking pitch yet in this inning. It's been the fastballs that have hurt him. Does a good job keeping it down in the zone.
Both Braun and Fielder delivered hits with 2 strikes. Fielder the winning run at second. The 2-2 pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Now you got the young kid Jonathan Lucroy on deck as Brandon Lyon want to challenge Betancourt. Or would he rather leave it up to Jonathan?
Betancourt's been able to lay off the breaking ball. Now the runners will get a head start. Fielder would most certainly score on a base hit. Lyon deals and it bounces in. Betancourt walks. The bases are loaded.
That was about as close to an unintentional intentional walk that I've seen. I mean, it didn't look like they wanted much of Betancourt. If they walked Betancourt, that was okay, but they were trying to get him to chase with 2 strikes. And they're going to leave it up to Jonathan Lucroy. 2 players left on Ron Renicke's bench. Ricky Weeks, who's questionable tonight, and Will Nieves.
Brad Arnsberg, who was ejected yesterday in the 2nd inning.
And one thing you want to think about if you're Prince Fielder, you want to try and get a big secondary lead. Brandon Lyon's been throwing a lot of breaking pitches down in the zone. If one squirts away, you got to get yourself a good secondary lead and try to score.
Chris Narveson moves into the on-deck circle. That is a strange sight. As if to say, Jonathan Lucroy, go ahead and finish it up.
Yeah, just because you have to have somebody on deck. There's no way Narveson gets an at-bat in this inning.
Either the inning ends or the run scores and the game is over. Window dressing over there. Jonathan Lucroy, 2 hits tonight. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And a breaking ball strike.
Jonathan looking fastball, got a breaking pitch that was hittable, but not looking for it.
Only run that counts is over at third. Fielder. All tied at 6. It has to be in the mind of Brandon Lyon about spiking a breaking ball. That's the difference between a runner at second and a runner at third. It brings in the wild pitch. Quintero is very good behind the plate blocking balls. Two balls and a strike.
It's been all breaking pitches so far in this at bat. First pitch slider for a strike and 2 sliders off the plate.
Now Lucroy in the driver's seat. Two and 2.
Boy, that's a good pitch right there. Boy, you miss there. And it's 3-1. Quintero right on the corner, and that's where Lyon put it. That's a heck of a pitch.
Threading the needle. And again, we're at a 2-2 count. It has been a common count in this inning. Fielder drove in Braun to tie it. Now Fielder at third, representing the winning run. Two balls, 2 strikes on Jonathan Lucroy. Here it comes. And a little bouncer. Lyon has it. Inning over. But Milwaukee ties it up. Braun scores from first. On a close play at the plate, Fielder delivers the game tire. Extra innings at Miller Park tonight. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Over 37,000 on hand, and they have seen a thriller tonight. The Brewers come up with a game-tying hit from Prince Fielder. Scored Braun from first. And we go to the 10th inning now. Extra innings here as Sean Green will take over. The middle of the Astros order is coming up.
And you got one right-handed or left-handed batter in there, and that's going to be Wallace. But remember, Carlos Lee out of this ball game. He got taken out for defense. Instead of Lee, you get Bourgeois. That's a bit of a break for the Brewers.
Bourgeois, Wallace, and Bill Hall due up 4, 5, and 6 in Brad Mills' batting order. A blown save for Brandon Lyon, but escapes a bases loaded jam. And now it's Sean Green. The Brewers still have not led in this game. Astros scored 3 runs in the first inning. Brewers finally square it up with a run in the 9th.
Yeah, Brewers with 3 arms left in the bullpen. Mitch Stetter, LaTroy Hawkins, who pitched last night, he had a long inning. Not sure if he's available or not. Estrada has been in the bullpen. And Sergio Mitre.
Bourgeois, shallow center. Betancourt is back, and he's got it for the out. Out number 1 here in the 10th. Well, just think about how good Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder have been together this year. They have been the most productive tandem in all of baseball, and carrying this ball club right now.
It's very rare that you'll ever see or hear any Brewer fan or anybody that follows the club mention Molitor and Yount in trying to compare, current Brewers. But the way Molitor and Yount, when Paulie was leading off and Robin was hitting second, how they can single-handedly produce runs on their own. That's what Braun and Fielder have been doing for the first 3 weeks of this season, literally carrying the Brewers offense on their back.
Yeah, Braun's speed has resulted in a number of runs. This aggressive style, this take a chance, and Ed Cedar waving Braun to the plate, a calculated risk, and he was just safe by inches.
Well, there was 2 calculated risks on that play. Sending Brawny on the 3-2 pitch. If Prince swings and misses, that could have ended the game. So they take off, try to stay out of the double play, and they get the run.
Yeah, there was a strike him out, throw him out scenario available to the Astros, a line drive out that would have resulted in a double play, but this manager is
not afraid to take chances.
Not at all. Pays off for the Brewers here tonight. Now we'll see if Milwaukee can squeeze a victory out of this one. As Wallace bangs one off his foot. Actually, I think that hit more off his knee than his foot.
Right off the kneecap. Ouch.
Yeah.
Now, if you throw the same pitch, if he's going to take an aggressive swing at it, pound another one off his knee. He's trying to be stoic and not, show everybody that it's killing him. Doing a pretty good job of that.
Unless he's playing some serious possum. All right, he's ready to go. 2-2. Sean Green working to Brett Wallace with one away in the 10th. Threw him a curveball. A win tonight, the Brewers secure a series win against Houston. Sets them up for a chance at a sweep tomorrow. Back inside, and a breaking ball ripped down the right field line. That's extra bases for Wallace. Kotze over to pick it up, and Wallace will settle for a double. And now the Astros have the go-ahead runner in scoring position.
Well, the only issue with Sean Green, and when you have him out there, is he's vulnerable to left-handed bats. It's the only left-handed batter that he's going to face. The Astros do not have a lefty on their bench. Now you throw that pitch. It was supposed to be a slider in again. It left it out over the plate, and Wallace able to pull the hands in, rip it down the corner. If Wallace was any faster, he might have been in for a triple.
So Wallace at second, his second hit tonight, and Bill Hall at the plate. A couple of right-handers coming up for Houston. Hall has been hot tonight. 3 hits, 3 for 4, an RBI. Drove in a run against Sean Markham in the first inning. It was the 3rd Houston run, a 3-run first for the Astros. Added 1 in the 3rd. They got 2 in the 7th. Brewers were able to come back and tie it up. And now Green has fallen behind Billy Hall.
And Billy Hall has been all over the slider in this game, actually in this series. Let's see if he can stay in, and with that Sean Green sidearm delivery, makes it tough on right-handers ordinarily.
Boy, that didn't look good. 3-0. A wild breaking ball from Green.
Perhaps pitching around him somewhat to set up the double play. It looks like that's what they were doing. They're going to walk him.
So Hall will take his spot at first base. A hit and a walk. And Green will take his chances with Chris Johnson. Johnson off to a rough start this year. His batting average has slipped under 200. But a guy who has big power. The Brewers set up for a double play ball here. And a breaking ball strike.
You mentioned that Bill Hall has been on the sliders in this series. Johnson has not. He's had a tough time with that breaking pitch. Just got to keep it away from him.
Johnson 0 for 4 tonight with 2 strikeouts. He burst onto the scene last year. He got a little time at 09, but last year, in just 94 games with the Astros, hit 11 homers, drove in 52 runs.
Yeah, we saw him at his best a couple of times last year.
Yeah, he really hurt the Brewers. And a .308 batting average a season ago that earned him the everyday job at third base this season. 2-1.
High leg kick. He comes right down and gets that baseball as low as he can get it, making it tough on right-handers. A release point around where the shortstop is.
2 on with 1 out. And a hitter's count. Green backs off. Below average speed at second. Not a guarantee Wallace will score on a base hit. All tied at 6, 10th inning. And it's 3-1. Well, this is Green's inning. No activity in the Brewers bullpen. Green has not been able to command his breaking ball. On the ground, Fielder will take it to first.
Good job.
Smart play.
Very smart. He was thinking about going to second base, but it looked as though Bill Hall was right in his line. If he threw it, he was going to maybe hit Hall in the back. If he does that, Run's probably going to score. You can see him think about it. Got to take the shore out. Good decision by Prince Fielder.
Yep, 2 outs now. The Brewers were only going to get 1 out there regardless. Fielder was so far off the bat. Green was on his way to first, but no chance to make that kind of throw. So Fielder takes the out at first. 2 away. Here is Humberto Quintero. The Astros have Jason Michaels on deck, another right-handed batter. Houston used their left-handed pinch hitter Joe Inglet back in the 8th inning. So the matchups favor the Brewers here. Now we'll see if Green can get out of the inning. Milwaukee will go to their bench in the bottom of the 10th. Pitcher spot due to lead off.
And it might be Narveson. I mean, there's not much left on that bench from Milwaukee.
Chase the breaking ball. He doesn't look like he's in a hitter's frame of mind.
Well, you got Ricky Weeks, who's questionable. Ron Renicky said that he could be used, and then Will Nieves, the other catcher. First things first, you got to get Quintero here.
2 outs, second and third for Houston. Go ahead, runners aboard for the Astros. And a spinner that missed. Tried to go on the inside corner that time. It's 2 balls and a strike.
They tried to go back door, or front door, I should say, and just missed low.
So another hitter's count. Green has been behind every hitter in this inning. Ball 3. Well, you have a base open at first. The question is, do you deal with Quintero in a hitter's count or start with a fresh count against Jason Michaels, a pinch hitter?
Well, you're probably going to see him throw the slider. I'm not sure what that means, other than that's the pitch he's most comfortable throwing.
3 balls and a strike. And it's hit hard center field. Gomez racing back. Gomez can't get it. That is one hopped out of here. A ground rule double. 2 runs in for the Astros, and it's 8-6.
Man, it was a slider. It was flat right down the middle, and Quintero, who's had a rough few at bats. Remember, he got his bat blew up in the 7th. But centered on that one, a 3-1 pitch. Slider down the middle, and one hopped out of here. Rivers' outfield was relatively shallow, and Quintero gave that one a ride. One hop on a warning track and 2 runs in.
Well, Green falling behind, one too many hitters for the Astros. And he drives in 2 runs. And with that in mind, Brandon Lyon will hit and will return for the 10th inning. So the Astros closer a chance to squeeze a win out of this by his own doing. Houston comes up with a big hit with 2 outs. Quintero has 5 hits in the series. Brad Mills feeling that Lyon is his best option to finish this game on the mound. Has to be tempting on some levels, though, for a manager to have another run out there at second base in scoring position.
Well, nothing but young kids out in that bullpen. Valdez, Rodriguez, and Del Rosario, and he feels as though his best chance of putting this one away is with his closer in a 2-run lead.
And a runner takes off, and a swing and a miss from Lyon. Quintero takes third, unchallenged by the Brewers.
It still should be a stolen base. 2-run lead.
Two and two the count. The Astros have quieted down this big crowd here at Miller Park. A 2-out rally for Houston. On the ground, that's a base hit. Brandon Lyon delivers an RBI. He's on his way to second base. And Sean Green is having a rough go of it here in the 10th inning. 9-6 Houston.
Yep. Fastball that time by Sean Green. There you see it. It ends up middle in. And Brandon Lyon, his first at bat of the year, ends up getting it down that line and left and another run. Well, you talked about the Red Astros would like to have that run out there at second base. Well, they did one better. They got the run and they got their closer still in the ball game.
And Renicky on his way to the mound. Tough night at the ballpark for Sean Green. He gives up 3 runs. And all of the runs plated with 2 outs. The Astros lead it. We'll take a break, set up the new pitcher when we continue. Brandon Lyon, only his second career plate appearance with his first major league hit. It drives in a run. 9-6 Astros. Mitch Stetter is on to pitch now, facing Michael Bourne here in the 10th. Well, the Brewers were so close in the 9th. They tied it up on a fielder double, scored Braun from first, had the winning run in scoring position. Fielder left stranded. And now the Astros with 3 big runs on the board in the 10th.
A lot of relievers used in this ball game tonight. Troy Hawkins, Sergio Mitre, the only 2 that have not gotten into tonight's game. There's Sergio. Well, it's been since Monday since he's been in a game.
Count evens a 2-2 on Bourne. Looks like Will Nieves ready to hit, ready to lead off the 10th inning. And Bourne strikes out. The inning finally ends. Houston gets 3 runs, all of them coming with 2 outs. And the Brewers have some work to do in the bottom of the 10th. Up in the 9th, hanging a blown save on Brandon Lyon. It was Braun who singled with 2 strikes. And then with Braun on the move, Fielder a double down the right field line. Braun able to score all the way from first on a bang play at home plate. Fielder tied it at 6, but Fielder was left stranded. The Astros come back, score 3 runs in the 10th, and now Milwaukee will deal with Lyon again. Quintero had the big hit, the ground rule double that gave the Astros the lead. Last year, Lyon on a few occasions went an inning plus. Twice he went 2 innings. So this is not foreign territory for him. He has not done it this year.
Kind of makes him questionable for tomorrow's Sunday game, though. 2 innings today. We'll see.
Will Nieves will lead off. Pinch hitting for Mitch Stetter. Brewers need 3 to tie, 4 to win it. At the top of the order coming up next. And we'll see how effective Lyon will be. He made a lot of stressful pitches, over 30 pitches in the 9th inning.
Yeah, he's at 34 pitches right now. I mean, that's a ton.
There's strike 1 to Nieves. Lyon also driving in a run. Drove in the 9th Houston run on his first major league hit. Weeks unavailable with an injured finger.
The only Brewer to have not appeared off the bench tonight. Nieves hasn't had an at-bat since Monday.
Brewers need base runners. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And it's on the inside corner. Nieves is rung up. Out number 1.
Yeah, it went to the front door with a breaking ball. We saw Sean Green try to do it. It wasn't supposed to be there, but it caught the inside corner.
Back to the top of the order now. Lyon to face Greg Counsell. And there's strike 1. Counsell disagrees. The most pitches Lyon has thrown all season is 30. Did that on opening day in that blown save against the Phillies. So if you're the Brewers, you're up there to try to put some men on base, continue this pitch count, and see if you can get Lyon into a fatigue situation and maybe take advantage.
And more importantly, get Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder to the plate once again.
That's what it always boils down to.
Right.
The way those two are swinging the bat.
That's the way the opposition looks at it as well. When are those two coming up? Sometimes in that visitor's dugout, it appears that those guys are up every inning.
Well, the man you want to the plate in this 10th inning is Prince Fielder. If he comes up, the Brewers will have the tying run to the plate at least. Ooh, just off the plate. 2-2 to Counsell.
Not by much.
Another one out there. Counsell doesn't chase. Full count. A lot of closers always work from the stretch. Lyon, one of the few that pitches out of the windup as Counsell stays alive.
This is why you wear the protective shield.
It's a lot of pitches for a reliever, especially one that is not used to multiple innings. Full count to Counsell. And a lazy fly ball. Michael Bourne makes a catch, 2 outs. And the Brewers down to their last out. At this point, the Menards player of the game, Humberto Quintero, had a 2 RBI double just moments ago that gave the Astros the lead. Here's Gomez. The Brewers down to their last out. Whoever wins this game, the loser is going to wonder how they let this one get away from them tonight. It's been that kind of game.
Been a couple of epic journeys last couple of nights here at Miller Park. Astros, Brewers. A couple of 4-hour affairs, right?
Yeah, last night it went 3:44. Down to the last strike, the 0-2. Gomez breaks his bat, little flare. Bourne coming in. He's got it, and the Astros win. Tough one tonight. The Brewers let one slip away as Houston picks up their 3rd win of this road trip. A 9-6 final score. Much more still to come on this game. Telly Hughes, what do you have coming up for us on Brewers Live?
Well, we'll have Mark Concannon effort some dugout reaction from the Brewers. We'll also hear from manager Ron Renicky about tonight.